拜拜。他们是装。 各位现场的贵宾，大家午安！欢迎大家来参加2023智慧城市展智慧交通国际论坛。我们今天的论坛呢，将在5分钟后会正式开始。我们邀请大家可以开始就座，也请记得将手机调整为静音或者是震动的模式。感谢各位贵宾的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2023 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. Today's forum will begin in about 5 minutes, so please kindly take your seats and please remember to turn your mobile phone to silent or to vibration mode. Thank you for your cooperation. 各位现场以及线上的贵宾，大家午安！欢迎大家来参加2023智慧城市展智慧交通国际论坛。Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests on site and also online, welcome to the 2023 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. 在交通部的指导以及支持之下呢，我们今天的论坛由中华智慧运输协会以及台北市电脑工会共同办理。在论坛当中集结了国内外的专家学者，要一起探讨如何透过智慧交通来打造更安全的智慧道路。我们非常期待借由今天的论坛能够促成更多智慧运输领域的交流以及合作。Today's forum is jointly organized by ITS Taiwan and Taipei Computer Association with the support of the Ministry of Transportation and Communications. We are very pleased to be joined by experts at home and abroad who will share with us their insights into smart road enabled by ITS. We look forward to a fruitful exchange of ideas in today's forum. 在今天的论坛一开始呢，首先让我们欢迎中华智慧运输协会陈守正副理事长为我们致开幕词。To kick off, please welcome Mr. Danny Chen, Vice President of ITS Taiwan, for his opening remarks. 我们欢迎陈守正副理事长。
Good afternoon. Political Deputy Minister of MOTC, Mr. Hu, Dr. Narupiti, Chair of the Thailand ITS Association, Mr. Raj, President of New Zealand ITS Association, and Mr. Yamamoto, Secretary General of ITS Asia Pacific, as well as all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2023 Smart City International Forum on ITS. I'm Danny Chen, Vice President of ITS Taiwan, and also the General Manager of the Public Sector in Microsoft. Due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, global conference and exhibition has not been able to proceed normally in the past 3 years. This year, Smart City Expo is the largest exhibition in Taipei, and the ITS Taiwan holds the Smart City International Forum on ITS and the collaboration with Smart City Expo every year. In the past 3 years, the forum was held online, and I'm delighted that we can finally hold it in person this year to facilitate face-to-face communication and discussion. The establishment of intelligent transportation system service is a crucial part of smart city development, as it affects the efficient and safe operation of the physical transportation network in the city. As an integrated organization for intelligent transportation in Taiwan's industry, government, academic, and research, ITS Taiwan is honored to participate in this year's Smart City Expo and contribute to the development of smart cities. We are pleased to invite Mr. Yamamoto, ITS Asia Pacific, to deliver a keynote speech online, and Mr. Raj, the chair of ITS New Zealand, to attend the forum in person and give a speech. In addition to the 2 keynote speeches, we have 2 topic discussion today. Session 1 on innovation on smart road, and Session 2 on safe mobility solutions through ITS. Session 1 it will host by Professor Jason Zhang, National Taiwan University, with Dr. Narupiti, President of ITS Thailand, and Dr. Muheng Wang, Director General of the Department of Science and Technology Advisor, MOTC, as speaker. There will also be a discussion with Thailand and the Taiwanese expert on trends and the development of smart road. Session 2 starts with a focus on safety issue. In addition to being fast and convenient, safety is the most important aspect of transportation. Therefore, this session will discuss how to use intelligent transportation technologies to enhance traffic safety. We are delighted to have Professor Jian Hong Wei of National Cheng Kung University as a moderator, and speakers including Ms. Sophie Chen, Director of Asia Pacific, Ottawa Investment of Canada, Professor Carlo Wang of the National Yangming Jiao Tong University, Professor Baishen Hong of Fengjia University, as well as Mr. Ting Chen, President TMS Technologies. Once again, I appreciate everyone for attending in person, and I hope that you will have a fruitful afternoon and find suitable solution for development, intelligent transportation, and a smart city in Taiwan and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President, Vice President Chen. Please take your seats. 我们谢谢陈副理事长的致辞，副理事长请回座。And thank you to Vice President Chen for walking through the highlights of today's agenda. And there are so many interesting topics that we look forward to today. 也非常谢谢陈副理事长跟我们讲了一下我们今天的论坛的几个亮点。那今天的论坛之所以能够顺利的举行呢，也要特别的感谢交通部的大力支持。所以接下来呢，我们就马上邀请到交通部胡湘林政务次长跟大家说几句话。Next, please welcome Mr. Xiangling Hu, Political Deputy Minister of Transportation and Communications, to say a few words. 我们掌声有请胡湘林次长。
The honorable guests here and the online, good afternoon. Welcome to Taipei for the 2023 Smart City International Forum on International Transportation System. This is the first forum after the COVID-19 restriction in Taiwan. ITS experts over the world are invited to share their valuable information and insights of smart transportation system by virtual participation of New Zealand, Thailand, and Canada. Also, it is our great pleasure to invite it online keynote speaker, Mr. Akio Yamamoto, Secretary General of ITS Asia Pacific. Since 2017, the MOTC, the ministry where I worked for, the first stage promotion of an intelligent transportation system development plan has shown great success in mobility as a service in mass. Connected two-wheelers, smart corridor, connected autonomous vehicle, cooperative intelligent transport system, and rural area accessibility. The second stage of a 4-year program from 2021 shall lead the upgrade of traditional industry and provide the solution to traffic needs with 5G, big data, cloud, and AI applied in intelligent transportation vertical ecosystem towards global market. The tangible achievement of the ongoing second stage program for 2 years include the build-up of Danhai 5G ITS experiment field in New Taipei and the Zhongli Smart Locomotive Verification Site in Taoyuan. There is the establishment of 5G connected vehicles information security protection per international standards and regulations, AI signal detection, traffic management and control of unmanned vehicle monitoring are in place, there is also the promotion of smart transportation service in rural area. Besides the two keynote speech by our guests from Japan and New Zealand in this afternoon's forum, there are two seminars on innovation on smart road and safe mobility solutions through ITS, which corresponds with the Taiwan's current promotion of intelligent transportation programs. It's hoped that through the forum today, our achievement should be well known beyond Taiwan so that we can strive for international business opportunity via cooperative exchanges with our country and fulfill our smart transportation vision in Taiwan. In addition, Taiwan is also working towards the 2050 net zero carbon emission target and a net zero transformation trend for the international supply chain. We all know that the smart transportation system is a good way to transportation efficiency, uplift, traffic, safety, acceleration, energy saving, and emission cut. Taiwan and the world share the same goal to promote smart transportation and net zero carbon emissions. The Smart City Forum and exhibition is the largest smart city professional exhibition in Asia, as well as the best opportunity for Taiwan's information and communication industry to showcase smart city solutions, to leverage smart transportation technology for advanced safety and sustainability is one of the indispensable goals to build smart and livable city. Today, I would like to thank the Taipei Computer Association, ITS Taiwan, and all co-organizers for all your efforts and preparation for this forum. Also, I appreciate your full support and participation among your tight schedules. I wish you a successful event and fruitful exchanges in the following days. Since the epidemic is now over, Taiwan does have the best technology solutions, and Taiwan can help on ITS and smart city. Thank you for every one of you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful remarks. 我们谢谢次长，次长请先留步。我们接下来马上邀请贵宾一起上台加入合影。We would now like to invite our guest of honor onto the stage for a group photo. 再次邀请陈守正副理事长上台加入合影，也要邀请今天所有的讲者、座谈的主持人，还有我们坐在前两排的贵宾一起上台加入合影。We would like to invite our honored guests who sit at the first two row to please come up to the stage and join us for the group photo. We would also like to invite Mr. Akio Yamamoto to please turn on your camera as we're going to have a hybrid group photo with our guest here on site in Taiwan. 邀请贵宾上台加入合影，也如同稍早我们次长所提到了，非常难得在疫情之后呢，大家终于能够齐聚一堂实体的见面。We are very pleased to finally see everyone in person after 2 years of pandemic and gather here today. 好，我们邀请贵宾稍微移动一下脚步。好 ，a little bit to your right. All right.All right, so please. So that's just, maybe let's try standing in just one row, please. so that our photographer can capture the best angle of everyone. 我们试试看站成一排，让摄影师来捕捉每一个贵宾的画面。All right, so please look at the photographer in the middle. Let's look at the photographers in the middle first. We will do the first photo first. 我们先来第一张合影，看向正中间的摄影师。All right, 那我们接下来有请次长带领大家一起比个赞，好吗？ So that's thumbs up for the photo, Mr. Yamamoto. Also thumbs up for the photo. Look at the photographers in the middle. 看上正中间的摄影师。All right, a big smile. All right, thank you everyone. 谢谢大家，贵宾请回座。Thank you very much and thank you, Mr. Yamamoto, for joining us for the group photo online. Please take your seats. 我们邀请贵宾可以先入座休息，谢谢大家。So it's such a wonderful occasion to finally gather everyone here in person. And in today's agenda, we're going to have 2 keynote speeches today. 今天呢，我们安排了2场专题演讲。那首先马上就要进入今天第一场专题演讲。这个场次呢，我们很荣幸邀请到的是 ITS 亚太秘书处的山本昭雄秘书长，为我们担任第一场专题演讲的讲者。We will now proceed to the first keynote speech today, and we are very honored to invite Mr. Akio Yamamoto, Secretary General of ITS Asia Pacific, to be our first keynote speaker today. 山本昭雄秘书长呢，他同时也是日本 ITS 协会的理事长。他在加入日本 ITS 协会之前呢，他曾经在丰田汽车服务超过30年的时间，曾经参与资讯系统还有企业规划，也带领智慧运输、联网业务还有产品规划。山本昭雄秘书长他在资料的商业应用、并购 ITS 产品和服务的规划上面有非常丰富的实务经验。Mr. Akio Yamamoto is the president of ITS Japan. And prior to joining ITS Japan, he had worked for Toyota Motor Corporation for over 30 years, where he was involved in information systems and corporate planning, and he was the leader of ITS Connected Business and Product Planning. Mr. Yamamoto has extensive experience in data business, M&A projects, ITS products, and service planning. 今天山本秘书长要在线上跟大家分享，他要跟大家分享的主题是智慧城市、智慧交通。And today, Mr. Yamamoto is joining us remotely online, and he is going to share with us the ITS perspectives on smart city. So, without further ado, please welcome Mr. Akio Yamamoto. 我们掌声欢迎山本昭雄秘书长。And Mr. Yamamoto, over to you, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Over to you, Mr. Yamamoto.
Okay. Congratulations on the 2023 Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. Hello, everyone. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Akio Yamamoto, President of IT Japan. Sorry for my online presentation. Actually, I'm eager to go over to Taiwan this time because last year I visited Taiwan and it was my first trip to Taiwan. But at that time, due to the Taiwanese COVID-19 bubble process, I went to meeting room and stayed at the hotel only, didn't go outside. Anyway, next opportunity, I'm sure to visit Taiwan. These are today's topics. First, I will briefly go over the ITS field angles. Secondly, I will touch upon the value-creating mobility concept through the Japanese government initiative and ITS Japan fourth midterm plan. I saw 2 sessions on the agenda of today's forum, so I'd like to share some of our projects related to these themes. When you see the title, Smart City on ITS, what comes to mind? Generally speaking, what comes to mind is the ITS solutions, such as the automated driving technology and services, the road, which has V2X functions, the operation of a lot of big data, and so on. I think all of those are important and appropriate, but I think it is essential that we should think about for whom or for what. Today, I'd like to go over the new concept in ITS, but honestly speaking, it must not be new. In Japan, we had to have this concept from the past, but actually in Japan, some changes are occurring recently. So I hope the Japanese lesson learned experience would help Taiwan to pursue smart city project. Value creating mobility is one of today's key phrases. This slide shows the history of ITS field angles in Japan. In the late 1990s, first stage in yellow, we mainly focused on its technology and how to utilize the technologies for transportation services. In the second stage in blue, around 2005, we considered the contribution to problem solving in transportation field. The next stage from around 2010 in green, we look at the social value. First, we consider the social issue and how transportation should contribute to solving these social problems. And now in pink, additionally, we also looking at personal value, such as personal transportation rights, well-being, and more. We are now calling it value-creating mobility, which is closely related to the smart city concept. Regarding value-creating mobility, I'd like to introduce you to Japanese government and ITS Japan's initiatives. First, Japanese governmental transportation policy, what they call mobility, community, and governance innovation. It is mainly focusing on personal value. In 2014, the Japanese government created the Public-Private ITS Initiative and roadmaps. It mainly focused on automated driving technology because at that time, Japan was very behind compared to other countries. And we are now enjoying some of the results that came from these initiatives and roadmaps. For example, Honda launched Level 3 automated driving vehicle as an authorized car from the Japanese government. But we are now experiencing the change in economic models. Due to the accelerating population decline, it will be accelerated more and more in the future. And we found pain points in citizen lives which should be solved by actual implementations of sustainable IT solutions. In order to tackle these challenges, the Japanese government established Digital Agency in 2021 and started to create a new strategy, what they call mobility, community, and governance innovation. I would like to touch upon one of the concepts of this initiative. The key phrase is supply to match demand with economy. In the phase of population growth, transportation demand can match with supply service. For example, people have been able to wait for a bus stop at the bus stop. However, when the population is declining, supply must meet people's demands and needs. For example, a car service picks up a customer at the customer's convenience. This is the outline of the process of mobility, community, and governance innovation. The key point is that at first, we should look at the pain point in citizens' lives and respect in each region's visions. Actually, We have some ITS solutions such as automated driving and driver assistance, road space, infrastructure, and so on. But key point is that we need to match them to the citizens' pain points. With regards to value-creating mobility, next is the ITS Japan fourth midterm plan. We focused on both public and individual values. This is a graph which shows the outline of ITS Japan fourth midterm plan. The upper portion is about the society which we aim for. Before planning out the midterm plan, ITS Japan identifies the Japanese ideal future society which we intended to contribute towards from the ITS field of mobility. The lower portion consists of two blocks. The one in blue shows how to increase motivation to travel. The yellow area shows how we want to improve our current transport systems and focus on safety, security, comfortability, and contribution to environment. In terms of smart cities, all of those are closely related. But recently, the contribution to environmental load reduction has become a special focus point in Japan. As all of you here know, the CO2 reduction is mandatory even in the transportation field. So today I'd like to touch upon this initiative in detail. Regarding carbon neutral challenges in Japan, transitioning to EV is still insufficient. Our renewable energy ratio is much lower than other countries, especially in Europe, and it cannot be changed easily. Currently, in Japan, the ratio of renewable and hydroelectric energy is only at about 15%. And in 2030, we will increase only up to 46%. In Japan, we should focus on other ways to make its energy consumption more efficient and less wasteful. As far as I checked on the energy composition in Taiwan, Taiwan is also facing the same challenges as Japan. Currently, the ratio of renewable energy is a little bit lower than in Japan. I heard last year the Taiwanese government released a vision that shows the ratio of renewable energy will be increased around from 60% to 70% in 2050. Japan should focus on other ways to make its energy consumption more efficient and less wasteful. So this graph shows the process from energy production to consumption in transportation. Regarding energy production and efficient fuels, consumption resources rely on vehicle OEM companies and other industries. ITS Japan is focusing on encouraging a smarter and more efficient mobility and its environment as a cooperative field. In the lower portion, right corner in yellow, you can see number 1, optimal and comfortable combination of various means of transportation. Number 2, smooth traffic flow integrated with development of urban transportation functions. These points are important and we have to focus on as cooperative field other than electric source change additionally. These challenges are actually some parts of initiatives in the smart city concept. And these solutions are effective not only the carbon neutrality challenges, but also the countermeasures for traffic congestion in the big city. So next, I would like to introduce Tokyo's initiatives for smooth traffic flow. Before going into detail, I'd like to share the map of Tokyo. Tokyo has many features. I bet you didn't know that 70% of Tokyo is covered by mountains and forest, did you? Today, I will talk about the city of Tokyo, which consists of 23 special wards in the orange section. As you can see in the matrix on the screen, city of Tokyo have a high population density and it's facing too many traffic problems. Traffic jam have been a particularly serious issue for a long time. This matrix at the bottom indicates that average vehicle speed on the national road in Tokyo, which is about 20 kilometers per hour. And it has been unchanged for a long time. So Tokyo Metropolitan Government started Hyper Smooth Tokyo project since 2017. In the Hyper Smooth Tokyo project, Tokyo Metropolitan Government is pursuing the following initiative in red: signal information utilization, traffic demand management and information sharing with drivers, improvement of intersections, countermeasures against the lack of parking space for business vehicles. As a result of their initiative, now the average vehicle speed increased up to around 22 km per hour. Next, I hereby share this slide that shows a change in people's perception regarding their preference of living after COVID-19. More than half of them think living in rural and suburban areas are better than in the city. They prefer a comfortable working environment to that of office even when they are conveniently located. The spread of COVID-19 has accelerated the trend of teleworking and caused people to reconsider their values and behaviors when it comes to commuting and moving. In other words, we are reconsidering what constitutes valuable movement and getting rid of wasted movement. I think this result suggests that we need to look at not only Tokyo itself, but surrounding cities. Now, please look at this map. There are many surrounding cities within 1 hour of Tokyo. In the future, in order to mitigate the traffic jam in Tokyo, I believe we should broaden our perspective to include surrounding cities. If the surrounding cities that are within 1 hour of Tokyo have urban planning and smart city strategies, people could become motivated to live in them. And it would help to reduce the congestion in busy parts of Tokyo. For example, in the case of Utsunomiya City, which is about 1 hour by train from Tokyo, LRT started its services in recent years. Beyond that, to reach individual house, the local government is now considering improving its last mile transportation. In these local areas, they have relatively better environment to integrate several new transportation systems, such as on-demand, autonomous mobility systems. It is easier than in the metropolitan part of Tokyo. With this strategy and concept in mind, ITS Japan is encouraging mid-sized cities to follow these steps as one of our key initiatives from 5 years ago. We call this integrated mobility service. It will enable suburban cities to energize their local economies. In order to make these projects successful, collaboration between national and local governments, academic institutional bodies, and industries are mandatory. Especially for our smart city, it will have a very significant impact on various fields. So we have been creating and sharing our common vision and setting the table for discussing several important topics up until now, and will continue to update in the future. ITS Japan will take on this role between these stakeholders as a facilitator. Lastly, I'd like to summarize today's points. ITS includes smart city concept should look at not only the technology and services themselves, but the social and individual value. Next, in order to pursue the social value of smart city, the contribution for carbon neutrality and also disaster countermeasures should be focused on. We have to understand each city's particular features, including geographic and historical point of view. And the smart city concept has to have broader perspective, including surrounding cities. Last, in order to pursue smart city project, the ITS team has to be a facilitator among stakeholders. All of these points are very conceptual, and I assume you have already know. But I think these are important and actually lessons learned in Japan. Lastly, I believe Taiwan is good at utilizing IT solutions and is more ahead of Japan. I think we ITS Japan could learn many things related to IT from Taiwan as well. And I'm looking forward to working with ITS Taiwan to gain new knowledge along the way and solve the mobility agenda with ITS, including smart city initiatives. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Akio Yamamoto, for your very informative presentation, and especially on the integrated mobility services with us. 再次谢谢山本昭雄秘书长精彩的分享，特别跟我们分享了日本的整合式的交通服务。And we look forward to having you in person in Taiwan with us next year. 也很期待明年可以亲自的见到山本昭雄秘书长本人。再次感谢秘书长。接下来呢，我们第二场专题演讲。很荣幸的邀请到是纽西兰 ITS 协会的 Mike Raj 理事长。The second keynote speaker we have today is Mr. Mike Raj, Chair of ITS New Zealand. Mike Raj 理事长呢，他同时也是亚澳道路工程协会纽西兰分会的主席。他在纽西兰还有亚太地区的基础设施管理以及发展上面有超过35年的丰富经验。他也深深的相信，透过科技的导入呢，能够协助纽西兰减少碳排，改善道路交通的安全，实现道路零死亡的愿景，并且提升公平性。Mr. Raj is also the chair of Road Engineering Association of Asia and Australasia New Zealand chapter. He has over 35 years of experience in infrastructure management and development in New Zealand and Asia Pacific. And he firmly believes that new technology plays a critical role in helping New Zealand reduce emissions, improve road safety, achieve a road to zero targets, and contribute to equality. 今天呢 ，Mike Raj 理事长要跟大家分享的主题是智慧城市在实现智慧交通发展上面所扮演的关键角色。Today, Mr. Raj is going to share with us New Zealand perspective on the role of smart cities in delivering transport outcomes. So without further ado, please welcome Mr. Mike Raj. 我们掌声欢迎 Raj 理事长。
你好 Kia ora, koutou, hello everybody. I need to do this, right. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a great pleasure to come to Taiwan and Taipei again. It's been 11 years since I was last here, and one of the things that is really striking to me is the advances that you have made in your transport system in that time. I've enjoyed travelling on the trains and getting around and just seeing how people are moving a lot freer than I thought perhaps 11 years ago. So congratulations, Taiwan. Very good. Great talks earlier from Deputy Minister Singning Hu, Danny Chen, and Mr. Yamamoto. Thank you very much. I think I need to talk a little bit about what Aotearoa, New Zealand, is like in comparison to Taiwan. I was lucky enough to spend some time on the east coast of Taiwan over the weekend, and it reminded me a lot of the west coast of New Zealand in the South Island. Very, very similar, rugged terrain, spectacular scenery, and some spread out communities. So Aotearoa is a long, slim country. It's basically the same size as either the UK or Finland, spread over 2 islands, rugged terrain, and a very low population density. 1,600 kilometres from top to bottom. It's a long way. And we've only got a population of 5 million. A third of that population lives in Auckland, but we have 10% of the population in very remote rural areas. It's pretty challenging. We've developed a definition of ITS that's, this is it, but it's quite complex and it's quite, but comprehensive as well. So it covers existing and emergent technologies. It's about how we use knowledge to make better decisions, either in the planning of the transport system or in how we use it, from planners to the individuals. We're grappling with many of the same challenges that are faced globally. We've got active natural hazards such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and this year we've actually had 2 cyclones, or you would call them typhoons. We don't normally get them, but we've had 2, and they've created havoc with our transport systems. And we have one of the highest vehicle ownership rates in the world. It's really hard to get our people out of cars, really hard, because of that distance that they have to travel. So a couple of other things. Transport accounts for 20% of our greenhouse gas emissions. It's lower than a lot of other countries because our agriculture contributes most of our greenhouse gas emissions. So when you look at what we have to do to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, transport has to bear a bigger brunt than anything else, because it's going to be very hard to reduce our agricultural emissions. And nearly 1 person is killed every day in New Zealand, with a great cost to that, to the community, and we're not making any difference in that. Despite all our efforts, that rate is going up. So how do we combine smart cities and intelligent transport to address our challenges? That's really the key part of this. So a smart city requires a combination of physical and digital and social infrastructure to deliver the outcomes. The items around the edge of this circle are generally considered the key elements of a smart city, and I'm not going to talk about all of those. You'll probably be relieved around that. What I'm going to talk about is digital infrastructure, including the Internet of Things, citizen engagement, because without citizen engagement, we're not going to make the quantum changes that we need, and I'm going to talk about smart mobility and sustainability. So the first step in digital infrastructure that we see in New Zealand is to have a robust and reliable digital twin. It's going to, once you have that, it's going to unlock a range of benefits and be able to set up better use of connected and automatic vehicles, CITS, and what have you. So we need to actually roll this out. So far, Wellington has done the best job of this. And it was great to see a Wellington councillor here yesterday. So that was terrific. They're using the digital twin to assist in earthquake response, creation of a resilience strategy, urban planning, and climate change and social harm, as well as transportation. It uses gaming technology to create a large-scale city visualization, and it helps the council coordinate growth and communicate with its citizens. Several other cities, including Auckland and Hamilton, are beginning that journey for the digital twin. And the New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, which is a new government body, has started to look at and is beginning to promote the idea of a national digital twin. And I think that's pretty essential, because one of the things Kiwis are is very mobile. Most of us drive from city to city very regularly. So we need to be able to rely on a similar experience in each city. A national digital twin is likely to also improve maintenance, support planning decisions, and drive better performance. And it will also help us plan national infrastructure works much better. We're beginning to do some things with IoT, and it's I will confess, I had to Google what AIoT was when I got here. I heard it used all the time yesterday, and I was Googling it. So, but interestingly enough, we are talking about it. We just haven't called it AIoT yet. So the ability to use IoT and the data and artificial intelligence is something that we've just got to do. As I said, we've probably started with parking, but hearing what you guys are doing with parking, we're only just on the start of the journey. So we need, because of our resilience issues, we've got a town of 25,000 that won't have road access for 2 years following the last cyclone. That's how bad the damage was. So how do we actually plan, understand what's going on, understand the vulnerabilities, use IoT sensors to understand how we can actually intervene earlier and make sure that key routes are protected? And I'd imagine that there've been probably similar things on the East Coast here, where communities have been isolated for periods of time following major events. We need more sensors to really be able to use connected and automated vehicles and establish a CITS system. It's beginning to happen, but it's slow. So to fully unlock the value of digital infrastructure, we also have to ensure that there's community trust. It's really interesting that when people get their new smartphone and a new app comes and Mr. Microsoft or Mr. Apple says, will you share your data? They go, click, yes. When the government says it, they go, I don't know about that. I don't want to share it with the government. Why do they want to know this? So we have to have that community trust to know that that's it. I think our imagination as to what we can do with all that data is one of our biggest constraints. So we have to be able to challenge ourselves to think. We have to have appropriate regulation of data, sharing and integration, and also appropriate protection of it. Encourage the rollout of IoT for all sorts of uses and use the power of data analytics and AI to get that knowledge so that people can make the best decisions, whether they're planners or users. Developing citizen engagement is fairly critical, and those who heard me talk this morning know how I feel about a lot of this. We need a common language, not ITS speak, but people speak, something that they understand and will quickly trust. we need to align commercial and government interests so that we can do that. People need to be able to know, where's my bus? How long will my trip take? What are my options? And how does that development, or how does my choice here help us meet emission targets? Christchurch City, which a number of you will know, is still in a rebuild program after 10 years following the last earthquake, and it will be probably for another 10 years, is trying to take advantage of that rebuild and build some smart city concepts into it. One of the things they are doing is really improving the data flow to their citizens. And they've got two levels that they're doing it on. One is the strategic level. So most people don't actually understand that 53% of the emissions problems in Christchurch are from transport. If they did, and they're sitting there saying other people should do things, maybe they will make their mind up and do something themselves. So getting that information to them, and then being able to show how well are you going. And as you can see, the graph shows changes in emissions from transport in Christchurch on a daily basis. Pretty cool. The same app also lets people know where parking is, lets people know where their buses are and their timetables. And we have e-scooters, the little ones that go along the street. And I've even got my own one. It's great fun, but a little dangerous. But one of the reasons I got that is because every time it was raining in Wellington and I was visiting, I couldn't get a bus, and the scooters were in the wrong place. They were outside my home rather than outside the pub where I was having a beer. So I ended up having to buy my own one. So there needs to be better knowledge of where they are. In Wellington at the moment we haven't got that. In Christchurch I could work out where the closest scooter was and go and get it. And that would allow me to get to a place where a bus mightn't get to. Good thinking, Christchurch. Waka Kotahi, the New Zealand Transport Agency, has developed something called Hoe Ki Angitu, which is an innovation fund that is challenge-based. The agency sets challenges and then asks private enterprise to meet those challenges. $15 million over 2 years was the initial go at that. However, it's been so successful, the government has indicated that it's likely to increase significantly. So in round one, 118 applications were received, 24 successful applicants, 4.2 million awarded, from 30,000 to 500,000, and they came from a whole range of different groups. I'll probably need to explain iwi. Iwi are the Maori tribal groups. So a bit like the Aboriginal groups on the East Coast. So we're about to go into round two. Applications close at the end of this month, end of this week. And the challenges are, how might we make roadwork safer and smarter to protect workers and other users on the road network? How might we reduce the impact of our rapidly growing deliver-to-my-door market on our urban environments? And how might we improve safe, efficient and multimodal movement of people and goods using technologies and better use of data? Now you can see, you know, it's a good way to start to move through and get the business and communities thinking about these problems and what they might do. The solutions don't have to be technology driven, but if they are, that's fine as well. We're also being more and more open with our community engagement. There's a heck of a lot written on this slide, and I'll summarise it very quickly. Basically, we're going to web-based applications so that when people make submissions on transportation projects and other projects, they can actually see all the other submissions and understand how they're being interpreted. Need to be open. Open government, informed citizens, a key foundation of a smart city. Making mobility smarter and faster. So we're doing a number of trials, and in a small town in the South Island, town of 30,000 people, we've been running this My Way trial. It's a mobility, it's a public transport on demand trial. And even though it started just before COVID, even during COVID, we saw an upturn in the amount of people using that service in comparison with the big buses that were working before. In general, we're seeing somewhere between a 50 and 100% increase in patronage for the same dollar value. We're doing other trials in Auckland and Wellington, and they're getting similar results. Next step would be to be able to make those automatic vehicles, because the cost of the driver is the highest cost of our public transport system. So, and not only that, at the moment, we can't get bus drivers anywhere. The biggest impediment to being able to provide a good bus service in New Zealand at the moment is a lack of bus drivers. So if we can get some automated vehicles on that, that would be great. We're starting with the small shuttle, and the shuttle that's shown here is an Omeo shuttle built in New Zealand, designed and built in New Zealand, and it is being used offshore. We've done some trials that show that before the people had got on the vehicle, they were pretty neutral to negative. Afterwards, pretty positive. So we're comfortable that these will be accepted. Got some good feedback on how they'll be better, but they are likely to be accepted. One of the next steps is we are implementing a national integrated ticketing system. So the same ticket payment system and what have you that you set up in Wellington, you can use in Auckland, you can use in Invercargill at the bottom of the South Island, and that will be going live. First trial and first city to do it will be Christchurch, and then it will just roll out across the country. Perhaps that's the first step in us being a smart country. Electric vehicles, the government is putting a lot of effort into converting our fleet to electric to reduce our emissions down. Probably the biggest issue is actually getting enough vehicles to match the demand, but they have pumped a lot of money into subsidies for electric vehicles, which basically means a rebate of somewhere between 10 and 15% for buying an electric vehicle. And what we've seen is a huge kick up in the uptake of electric vehicles in the last 12 months. And I'm really excited because my one's waiting on the drive when I get home. It's be the first time I'll have seen it. I think when you look forward and want to make our system more sustainable, we have to look at using AI, sensors and better data to reduce delays and emissions in our normal traffic operation. We have to improve our freight logistics through technology and supporting legislation. We've still got 30% empty truck vehicles travelling around the country because there's no incentive for them to share space. So maybe some sort of charging system where people are charged for driving an empty truck might encourage a different way of using logistics and blockchain to make sure that we've got fuller vehicles. Improving mobility for the transport disadvantaged. and improving the type, quality, usefulness of information to all decision makers in the transport system, from the people deciding what roads to build, what rail to build, to the people to say, how do I get to work this morning? And improving our understanding of the wider community and city system benefits from improvements in the transport system, because most of the benefits as we get smarter and smarter are not just going to be transport benefits. And typically transport is funded through thinking about transport only. But if we start to think about health, if we start to think about better education, if we start to think about reducing crime, and I'll give you some interesting stats, then maybe money can come from other sources to achieve some of these things. And that crime, 70% of people in prisons in New Zealand's first offence was a driving offence. And most of that was because they were in a remote area that was really hard to get a driver's license. And then they spiral, they don't get a good experience, and they become members of our prison population. So if we can stop that, we can reduce the amount of money we spend on prisons, quite clearly. Ngā mihi. Thank you. Shishya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raj, for your wonderful presentation. Please take your seats. And thank you for sharing with us New Zealand's approach and making mobility smarter and easier and making transport more sustainable. Mr. Raj also pointed out the importance of citizen engagement, because citizen engagement is indeed the key to the success of all ITS projects. 我们再次感谢 Raj 理事长精彩的分享，跟大家分享了纽西兰呢如何让他们的交通运输变得更加的智慧、更便利，也能够更加永续。理事长也特别提到，市民参与是所有的智慧运输专案成功的关键。再次感谢理事长精彩的分享。我们接下来呢是休息的时间，我们在场外呢帮贵宾准备了茶点，欢迎大家可以自行取用。我们下一个场次会在大概10分钟之后，也就是2点45分的时候准时开始，请大家在2点45分的时候再回到会场，谢谢大家。Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for coffee. Refreshment is served outside. Please help yourselves. And our next session will begin at 2:45. So please be back by 2:45. Thank you. 各位现场的贵宾，大家午安。我们下个场次的论坛将在3分钟后要正式开始，我们邀请大家尽速就座。感谢各位贵宾的配合。Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin very shortly in about 3 minutes. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. 各位现场的贵宾，我们下个场次的论坛马上就要开始了，我们邀请大家尽速就座，谢谢。Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will begin very shortly in about 1 minute. Please kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. 各位贵宾，欢迎大家回到智慧交通国际论坛。Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Smart City International Forum on Intelligent Transportation System. 在我们稍早精彩的2场专题演讲之后呢，接下来这个场次我们要聚焦探讨的是智慧道路的创新应用。After the 2 informative keynote speeches earlier, in this session we're going to deep dive into innovation on smart road. 这个场次我们非常荣幸邀请到国立台湾大学土木工程学系的张学孔教授为我们担任主持人。The moderator for the session is Professor Jason Zhang at the Department of Civil Engineering, National Taiwan University. 张学孔教授呢，同时也是台大先进公共运输研究中心的主任。张教授的研究聚焦永续交通、创新的交通解决方案以及运输经济学。张教授他发表了400多篇的学术论文还有报告，并且获得多项的国际奖项。他过去也曾经担任世界银行、亚洲开发银行、国际运输工人联盟以及全球环境基金的顾问。Professor Zhang is also the director of Advanced Public Transport Research Center at National Taiwan University. His research focuses on sustainable transport, innovative mobility solutions, and transport economics. Professor Zhang has published over 400 academic papers and reports and has received several international awards. Previously, he had served as advisor for the World Bank, Asia Development Bank, ITF, and Global Environment Facility. So without further ado, I will now hand the floor to our moderator, Professor Zhang. 我们接下来就把时间交给主持人张学孔教授。掌声欢迎张教授。
It's really my honor and privilege to help to moderate this wonderful session. And we have 2 excellent speech, Mike and also Yamamoto-san from Japan. Although from different angle, but that really give us a very good start for today's forum. I really appreciate. And in this session, we focus on smart road. And as you know, we have lots of applications in terms of smart road. One of the remarkable achievements in Taiwan is the electric toll collection. And of course, we have more than that application in our transportation system. So in this session, we have 2 keynote speakers. They will give you overall ITS development. And then we have 4 panelists to give you more focus on the smart road. So our first speaker, Professor Narapiti, and he's the president of ITS Thailand. He's also a very good friend of Taiwan. Actually, he's the founder of ITS Thailand many years ago, and then coming back as the current president of ITS Thailand. Our second speaker, Dr. Mu-Hen Wang Mu-Hen. Dr. Wang now is the Director General of the Department of Science and Technology Advisors in the Ministry of Transportation and Communications. And as you know, we have the National ITS Plan, which under his leadership in the past few years. Now he also tried to facilitate and also come out our new national ITS plan. I believe lots of our participants here, also joining several dialogue and workshop organized by our Department of Science and Technology Advisor, and try to also come out the new national plan. So without further introduction, and I would like to invite Professor Narpiti to give the first keynote speech. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me in this session. Actually, I come to Taiwan to learn ITS here, very advanced. But today, I would like to give you my view on innovation on smart road, especially in Thailand. So we not have a full implementation of ITS yet, but at least, I can show you some. In terms of smart roads, I think we need to add smartness to the road. And it's just more than pavement, I think. We can do real-time information to your users. We can have better management and control by the operator. And we have good enforcement on the traffic and traffic laws. And this is very common to the left. We construct the roads and open for traffic to use. In the past, it's not so smart. Now, we want to make it smarter. What we can do? In the past, we provide just pavement for the roads, for the car to pass. But now, we can provide real-time traffic information to the users. And to the top right, you see that this is the side board from Expressway Authority of Thailand in Bangkok. And to the bottom right is a travel time information installed in the intercity highways. Well, in the city, we can do very similar things. We can provide information to the drivers through roadside signboards. Like in the middle is congestion information. To the right is a travel time information. But I think at the moment, very popular, we use applications on smartphones, so everyone can access this kind of information. We can see congestion, we can see incident, and we can also see even CCTV real-time image. And of course, we can access all this information through a navigator in the car or the website. Then, in order to make smart roads, we need smart operator to manage the roads. So basically, we connect all the data up to the control centers and make use of it. And you can see that we do so in Thailand. And there are so many roads and so many traffic control centers. To the left, you can see traffic control center at the motorway. Lower left is the control center at Don Mueang Tollway. To the right, though, is the traffic command and control center by policemen in Bangkok. And to the lower right is actually from the city of Bangkok. They also have a lot of CCTVs, so they want to use CCTVs to manage the traffic as well. Okay, Well, apart from the operation and management of road and traffic, we also have regulation, and we can manage our regulation more efficiently and enforcement more efficiently using technologies. You see on the top left is one of the center at Department of Land Transport. It's called GPS Center. Actually, GPS is GNSS, the tracking systems. And I show you later what we do with it. But for enforcement, of course, we can do roadside equipment like sensors or CCTVs so that we can catch illegal or violations such as red light camera, lane change camera, and speed cameras. Now, after we get smart road, what we like to get, I think 3 things we want to know, we want to have. We want to provide safety, we want to provide efficiency, and we want to provide convenience. Let's look at it one by one. I think in terms of safety, of course, how can we make the road smart so that we reduce number of accidents? And this is very common, and this is very important problems that we have to attack. Of course, to the right, we want to ease congestion. That's another thing that we want to do to our road. And we want to make more convenience, safety, and efficiency at all sections of the road, especially for the tolling system. So in Thailand, we adopted ETC, electronic toll collection, but now we want to transform into multi-lane free-flow tolling systems. In Thailand, we call M-Flow. Now, what we have to do in order to get the smart roads? I think we can do 3 things. We can have advanced sensors on the road and everywhere. We need good data analytics or data processing and analysis, and also make use of those data in terms of control or make actions. Okay, this is in line with the latest report. This report is done by one of the subcommittee under House of Representatives just the beginning of this year. Luckily, ITS Thailand is one of the advisors in this subcommittee, and they published such study on innovations to solve traffic and transportation problems. Well, quickly, in conclusion, they reached 4 things that we have to study further. One is the fixed sensors like the surveillance sensor, CCTVs. One is the toll tag. One is control, like intersection signal control. And the last one is data analytics, like big data for traffic forecasting. So these are examples of advancement in sensors. Of course, I think around the world, we have very good sensors out there, but I show some examples only in Thailand, and this is done by one company. I would like to show that we can get a lot of data using the existing CCTV, just adding AI. And the good thing with this one is that you see to the right is in the bad weather condition, we can still get good data in the bad weather day. Of course, sensors come with various forms and types and can produce us many kinds of data. To the top left is the incident detection sensors, of course, using the same CCTV AI, but it gives us very fast incident response. This is flyover in Bangkok. If something happened, we know right away in terms of accident. To the right is also the sensors using AI. So we can collect more data like vehicle classification, speed, and queue length. And we can have different kinds of sensors like Bluetooth sensors, I think is very popular and widely used at the moment. In Bangkok, also, we install in downtown Bangkok around 50 of them, and we can get real-time travel time, origin destination, and route analysis. Now, I mentioned about GPS tracking is actually the pro vehicles data. This is very powerful data that we can get from the vehicle, not just the road. And Department of Land Transport required by law, many vehicles to install this kind of devices. Trucks, intercity bus, city buses, public vans, and taxis, they're all required to install this kind of sensors and send the data to GPS center at DLT. So at the moment, we have right around 500,000 vehicles data every minute. Okay, apart from GPS tracking data, I think we have more data, like tracking data from other sources as well. For example, mobile operator, they can track the mobile phone, website tracking, and operating system owners. And in Thailand, we have data aggregators come from private sectors and also foundation like non-profit organizations. And I show you one example of data from Intelligent Traffic Information Center. It's a non-profit organization who aggregate the data. Last year, the data is much improved. Before, we collect the data only 10,000 vehicles concurrently, but at the moment, we have right around 70,000 vehicles tracking data concurrently. Okay, once we have data from the sensors, we need to do something with the data, transform it into useful information. It depends on your purpose. Like the top left, if you want to just collect the data, this one is example from Department of Rural Roads. They want to collect statistics on the traffic data. So we need to process the data into useful format, like report format. But if we want to really control the traffic or do the road management, perhaps we need to analyze the data into different forms. To the right is the data visualization at Department Highways Control Center. And to the lower right is actually the analytic dashboard, is visualization dashboard that aimed for the decision maker in the city to use it, to observe the traffic congestion, the traffic pattern, and so on. Or even we can analyze the data so that we can do the automatic control, like adaptive signal control, to the bottom picture. Now, I would like to address only a few issues about smart roads, especially what I found it in Thailand. I think we need to keep doing further innovation on the smart road technologies. And also we have to bring all these ITS technology to the full potential. In Thailand, we have vision. We call it master plan. And under master plan, we have vision of ITS in Thailand. Well, we want to add a lot of elements, smart elements in our smart transportation, not only smart roads. For example, smart vehicles like autonomous vehicles. And this is example that we want to pursue the pilot and implementation of autonomous vehicle in Thailand. So that raised the question, how we use this kind of smart vehicle on the smart road and how they interact to each other. So luckily, we have research and development and academic study on this one. This one is actually in my university. Try to see what we have to do with the roads when we have autonomous vehicle or smart vehicles. And we have other organizations. This one is Department of Science Service. They're really interested in developing autonomous vehicles, and at the same time, they want to find how we do for the entire transportation system interaction with other components. So what they do, they try to drive autonomous car level 3 up on the open roads. And they even built what we call CAV proving ground. so that we can learn what we, the performance of our autonomous vehicle. At the same time, we see the interaction of the vehicle and the road environment. So this is already under construction now. And we have other research and development in the field of connected and autonomous vehicles. So this is, I think these components, we need to address all these components because it will get involved with the smart roads as well. So this is done as a study demonstration project in Bangkok. And the practicing organizations like Department of Highways also interested in looking at the smart roads. And now they run one study on autonomous vehicle preparation on national highways. But they focus at the moment mainly on the U-turn and signals. The last issue I would like to address, I look at many countries. Like I put one country, the United States, and they developed national ITS architecture as well as regional ITS architecture. We look at the history of the ITS architecture. They started in 1991 under ICT Act, it's by law. And we look at Thailand. What about Thailand? We haven't had complete ITS architecture yet. Okay, I think for smart roads, it deals with a lot of people. To have very successful smart roads, as I mentioned, we want to bring the full benefit out of the transportation system. But when we develop smart roads, we need to develop other components and make fully use of it. And now I look at ITS architecture, what we do. ITS architecture is basically the planning of what we want to build. And they start with identifying key stakeholders. It means that we have to bring our people all together and look at what we're going to do and find the interrelationships of what we're going to do here will affect you if you want to use it or something like that. We describe activity and functions of what we're going to build and define interconnection, interdependency between functions and blueprint of integration of systems. So I think this is one of the issues, at least under my observation, that we need to do this kind of thing, whatever we call it, ITS architecture or not, but we need to list out all this. And this is kind of something that we need to follow step by step so that we can make a full benefit of the smart road and ITS. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Narpriti, to share with us his vision on the smart road and also having a very good introduction about the ITS Thailand in terms of the architecture and the future development. Thank you very much. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. Wang Muhen. Yeah, let's please join with me, give him a big applause to welcome him. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I want to say my personal appreciation for all the speakers beside myself. And I think the whole society for ITS, I think we are coming together, always coming together to share with each other. We not just come to here to convince who is better than who. We always learn something because for the ITS, they have a need to have a local experience to join together, not just the technology. Actually, if we want to find a solution, we need to find the local solution which can make everybody happiness can be truth. Today, instead of I jump into some specific program to make an introduction, I will come pay my time to introduce what my office and I'm currently doing. We are planning the future development strategy for ITS system for Taiwan. Just as Dr. John mentioned, start last year, we are trying to talk about this issue. We come together, invited a lot of specialists to come together. We're talking about each other. Instead of we jump to the conclusion, we hope we can have logical thinking. How do we prepare in the future? Every 4 years, we will develop ITS plan from the central government point of view. We will request the resource, and we need to persist in many different projects. Now it's going to the middle of this time, this 4 years term. But we need to develop a plan by the end of this year in order to present to the central government. In that case, we can proceed to prepare to get the further 4 years ITS budget for this plan. So new ITS 4 years plan will start from the 2025. So maybe next year or early next year, I can give you the whole picture of exactly what is the plan. But in this stage, I try to show you is what we are planning right now. Thank you. This is my personal profile. I'm the Director General for the Office of Science and Technology Advisor, and this office is actually in charge of the ITS plan for the Ministry of Transportation and Communication. The content of my speech will include in these 3 parts. The first part is we need to know transportation sector is going through a systematic change. Before we want to make a destination for the future, we need to understand what will happen in the next year. We always try to learn from the past. This is very important. We need to know what happened in the past. But we also need to know the whole world is not static. He always changes his face year by year, day by day. So now we make a plan for the future. We not just to think about the problem, what has facing us in the past. We need to think about what will happen in front of us. So this is the first part. The second part, I will go into the decarbonization of the transportation sector. And the last part, will give you a draft for our thinking right now. So for the first session, what does the transportation sector need to be changed? Before we go into the ITS, think about every day, every morning, we wake up and we turn on the TV or you open your smartphone. You will see a lot of information jump to your eyes. Something good, something bad. Not just happen in your country, but also happen around the world. But one thing is, no one can be escape the impact of those information. Even the COVID-19 happen in another country, we need to assume we will get the COVID-19 soon in Taiwan. Even we see there are some war happen in other countries far away from our country, but we need to understand we cannot escape from the impact from that war scenario. From the energy side, from all of those things side, when we heard a news, they say there's a hurricane happen in New Zealand, or they have an earthquake in Japan. Then we will think about the same thing will happen in Taiwan, and we are facing the same challenge. If that disaster happen in Taiwan, what we can do? So we are trying to share each other. We not just trying to present, to convince other people, say we are better than the other one. No, we are facing the same challenges. And the most important is that those challenges do not give us enough time to prepare. In the before, if they have a trend will happen, we will say that thing probably will happen in the next 10 years. So we have enough time to make a preparation. But right now, we see the news, we found that it will happen just next door. So sometimes we don't have the time to make a preparation. So Dr. Malpiti, if you say the ITS architecture, in the past, it's really very important. we also need the architecture, but right now we also need to think about, because the world changing so fast, doesn't matter we want or don't want, does not matter the things that happen in the transportation sector or other sector, we always mingle together. So the world is changing so fast, we don't have enough time to make a preparation. So we need to make a mindset. How can we to deal with the problem? How to react to the impact? That is more important, what I'm thinking. So like today, we are in the Smart City Summit, we're talking a lot about something related to the net zero transition. Right now, in the past, we only pay attention, or say we pay more attention on the safety issue, on the efficiency issue, but we pay less attention on this part. But today, they become a big issues, which we cannot escape from the impact from this kind of issue. So this is not the problem for Taiwan. This is also the whole world mission. They need to meet some kind of requirement. So the government needs to think about what can we do to meet that kind of challenge, especially for Taiwan. We make business around the world. So we cannot just say we just want to follow the regulation for Taiwan. We need to meet the global regulation. In that case, we can make business, we can make a trade with each other. If we don't catch that, even we do manufacture good things, but it may be in the future, we cannot sell those kind of good things to other world. So this is a very important thing for the country like Taiwan. So in that case, from the scientific said, 40% or more than 50% of the pollution or carbon emission is come from the transportation sector. So in that case, we need to take responsibilities. We need to take action to meet the kind of challenges. So this is a picture. So our president, she has perceived the kind of challenge. So by the end of last year, the government now have made an announcement. They will pay more than, by the 2030, the government will pay more than 90 billion NT dollars to meet the kind of challenges. And a big part of that is in the red circle. So you can see the e-transportation vehicle has a big bite, has a big part of this kind of budget. The government can set up, they want to pay the budget on this issue, but what can we do? Is the following. We need to think about, like a person like me, I'm working for the government, so now become our responsibility. How can we make a good plan to spend the budget and to meet the challenge? That becomes an issue. Be honest to you, the person like me, when I was doing the education, I don't know anything about the emission. But now you cannot say, I don't understand, so they think I don't care. You have no reason to escape. So we need to think about how can we do. So now they give the president give her declaration announcement. Now we need to take responsibility. We need to think about how to make the money become reasonable. So now we go to the next stage. So this is from the government side, but the things is not just the business for the government. I just say the whole thing is also related to the company for the private sectors. Those private sectors also meet the same challenge. The challenge is like a global industrial trade for the carbon border tax, or the global supply chain, or the local government regulation, or even for the company's reputation. So even the same problem now, they impact the government, but they also influence the private side. The private side, they need to face the challenge. They cannot sit there and wait things to happen. So they also need to think about these things. The reason I want to point out the government perspective, also the business perspective, is the reason that we can find that the same problem happen. No one can escape from that kind of impact influence. So we don't need to feel sorry for the problem facing us. How about we change our attitude? We take the chance since the government, since the business sector, they all need to follow the kind of face this kind of change. How can we use this kind of interaction to make something better than before? That's what we think our ITS. So we don't need to feel sorry for those new challenges because I said the world is not static, it's always changing. So at the same time, we also see there are a lot of new technology happens. So from the business point of view, they want to make an investment for the future. So that is what we can see from the global survey. The study, those 4 technology, automation, connectivity, sharing, electrification, those ACE's 4 terms will be a very important driven power for the future business development. So from the one side, we see we have facing trouble. But from the other side, we also see we got some kind of chance from the new technology. The problem is how to use this kind of development to help us to solve our problem will be the next. So it doesn't matter what our background, our expertise was. But from the people's side, they doesn't care. They want to have a better life. They want to make their more safer. This is for basic for people, for everyone. So I put a picture like a city here and put some word on this. That means that people, they want their future life like this. That does not care what kind of technology, does not care how the government will say. They want the government, want their future like this. So how can we make this happen? Will be our challenge too. So I used to conclude this kind of challenge from the government side, from the business side, from the people's side. Then we'll conclude for the ITS, the future. We should use 2 terms, it's go smart and go green. Like usual, we always rely on technology. So ACE technology will be our background, our supporting. But also from the other side, if we want to use technology to help us to solve the problem facing us by 2050, I'm sorry, I don't believe that's only enough. If the people did not make a change, only to make a new investment, only to buy new technology, cannot solve our problem. So in other part, I want to point out that it's go green. Go green means we want to make the behavioral change. Like people every day, if they don't want to change their behavior, they still want to drive the bicycle. Doesn't matter, it's vehicle or so traditional gasoline vehicle. That's the same. We cannot solve the problem. So we need to do the same thing to put the new technology in our life. But we also need to find some way to change the people's behavior. So in that case now, we look at how the ITS can enable the decarbonization of the transportation sector. ITS turn in terms of intelligent transportation system. In my case, recently I was thinking of, we can give another definition for ITS. I will call it integrated transportation service. So not just in terms of technology, also in terms of more focusing on the service, how can the service can make happen to help people to change their behavior. So the whole system is not only rely on magic strategy or very smart strategy. Actually, we will need a lot of strategy to working together to make things happen. So that the whole system approach is not talking about a single strategy. The whole system will including the network, the travel, and the people, process, infrastructure, vehicle, technology, and associated data. All those things need to function working together. So in the future, we need to put all those things together to find a chance. How can those technology help to meet our goal? Instead of talking about a specific any technology. So the 3 key factors will decide how success our plan will be. The factor including the whole system approach, as I just mentioned, we cannot rely on just for the toll collection, or rely on the e-bus, or rely on the e-ticket. We need to put the whole thing together for the system, for the service. The service will include all the technology and provide the need for the people. So the whole system approach is very important when we to make a plan. We not make a separate plan, we need to make a plan working together. The second thing is a human-centric solution. So doesn't matter how our background it was. If we want to make our plan success, we need to make like the people to want to follow the strategies. Otherwise, anything is only a daydream. So human-centric will be very important. But in our background, like me, I take the PhD degree from the engineer. So in the past, we pay more attention on the technology side. We have less experience on how to communicate with the people. So nowadays, in the past, the technology did give us some kind of encouragement. We make some success, we get some kind of good result. But in the future, if we want more, we need to communicate with people. The people including the businessmen, including the normal people. So all those things we need to working together. The last one is adaptive across the system life cycle. As I have just mentioned, we are living in not in a static world. The world changes so fast. Everything we make a decision, we put on the road, put in the city, we need to put something in our mind. That strategy maybe needed to be changed in the next year or next 2 years. We don't need to feel shame. How stupid we make a decision can only use for 1 year or 2 years because the world is changing so fast. We need to be agile. We need to fit the situation, fit the response. Everything we put something inside, we will get some kind of response on the next day. So the world is changing each other. So we need to hope, we need to adapt. The whole system will adapt to fit the change. So the future transportation requires the fairness and the justice. Since we say we put people in the center, so anything happen will be bought by the people. How can we justify our plan can be bought by the people? I will make 4 criteria. First one is available. This is not in the dream. We can rely on the technology for the next 5 years. We need to start today, so we need to use some available technology. We also need to use affordable. These kind of things need to be affordable by the people. And we also want to acceptable. This kind of technology or new service can be accepted by different kind of people, for young, for old, for anyone. So we need to acceptable by many different people. And this kind of service can be accessible, not just in the city, maybe also in the rural area. So those kind of services should be accessible by everyone, every time. So this is a multiple approach to the net zero transition. So from here, you can see, in order to achieve the net zero transition, everyone in the ecosystem should be the big part, a big role in the system. No one is too big and no one is too small. So how can we make that kind of plan? How can we make set up that kind of system? Will be very important. These are the pictures. We can see from the top to the down. At the top is the technology. You can see a lot of new technology, but this is only for the technology side. This one thing, when we put it in the real, then they will impact for the transportation center. For all kinds of transportation center, they will be impacted because of the new technology. Actually, when we talk to the business sector for now, if we're talking about the top of technology, many businessmen, they are very wondering, how can they do? They're not sure. But we need to work in together, let them understand. And after then, they accept, become a service, then will become impact to the people. So there's the whole ecosystem. No one can be expected. Doesn't matter what kind of law we are. And we're also talking about it for the future, for the AI, for the technology. One of the most important things is the data. Used to be, we only use data, try to make a documentation, and then there's a record. But now, the data will become a very important power. They can answer, they can answer what happens, what will happen. How can they think, even we doesn't make that kind of thing before. But we can use data to tell us what will happen in the next. very fortunately in Taiwan, we have a very good foundation for the data. And this data center in Taiwan we call is the TDS, Transportation Data Exchange. So those data is not just come from the government, also from the private sector. And the whole system is designed not in the city level, it's in the country level, or I would say in the whole island level. So we have a kind of good foundation. Then we try to expand the kind of data set because we know there are new technology and a new service will happen in the future. So we are continue to expand our data center. We cannot see 5 years ago when we talk about same subject, we don't know how the TDSI will be included. But today, the TDSI will include more than a lot of the things which we cannot imagine 5 years before. But I will say, beyond the technology, data will be a very important driven power. So, if you remember, I can just point out, there are two keywords, it's go smart and go green. Okay, go smart will connect to the technology side. So in this picture, you can see from the ACE different kind of technology term, we try to list what kind of action plan is probably can follow this kind of term. But not all the things is related to ITS. Actually, the world is not tried to build by one person. We have so many persons working together. I know ITS is not the whole world. Even I try to say I enjoy the ITS program, but I know ITS is not the whole world. But we know the whole ACE program, we are trying to focus on the connectivity and the sharing and the part of automation. So today, I can only give you a trend or forecasting for what I am trying to do. I hopefully by the end of this year or early next year, I will give you the whole picture of the plan. But this is what we think, how do we prepare for this plan. Thank you for your listening. Thank you very much.
Well, feel exciting, yeah? And you know, I was in Dr. Wang's position 22 years ago, okay? And it's been a long journey, but now I think it's very short. Under the leadership of Dr. Wang, and also another Dr. Wang, our Minister Ken Wang, and we believe with this vision, and you know, we have much more we need to think about, and lots of action, you know, we should think about. And to the right side, I would say to the optimistic side, and we put smart mobility in a very high vision level, which connect to our national net zero mission, and also the public health, together with the social inclusive mobility. In the other hand, and we need much more multidisciplinary collaboration. We need to learn more about IT. We need to cooperate with not only the domain know-how, domain knowledge from the transportation and mobility side, but we need to work with people from IT, from data analytics, from environment. So that's become a very big challenge for us. Okay. Very pleased to have two speeches. And then let me invite our panelists and for our more specific discussion on smart road. Okay, so we have two delegates from Thailand to join the panelists. The first one I will introduce Mr. Nutalaya. Yeah, he's the director of Information Technology Center from Department of Land Transport in Thailand. Let's welcome. Yeah, please. Our second delegates from Thailand, Mr. Tanaveniku, and he's the Director of Information Technology Department from Expressway Authority. Please join with us. Thank you. And talking about the smart road, as I mentioned earlier, one of the achievements in our national freeway is the electronic toll collection system. So we are very pleased to have our Deputy Director General from our National Freeway Bureau, Mr. Hong Huanru. Yeah, just welcome. Yeah. Last but not least is from the industry side. And we are very happy to have our Vice President of FETC, Mr. Kenny Chan, my good friend and old friend. and Kenny is also from Thailand. Yeah, his another title is the Managing Director of FETC International. Now he staying in Bangkok, and to help the collaboration between Taiwan and Thailand. Okay. Well, it's not easy work to moderate. Since we have two excellent speech, delivering the high vision of all the national plan. Although it's under the process of coming out the national plan, but you can see here is already have a very clear picture. Go smart, go green, okay, and go safe, okay. And Professor Narapiti also gave us some example of smart road together with the vision of ITS Thailand in the coming 10 and 20 years. Okay, so today in the panel we will more focus on smart road. Okay, and I believe in addition to the so-called electric toll collection system, we have much more other applications in our national freeway. So I would like to first invite Mr. Pong, okay, and to briefly, give your vision and also the implementation of smart road and innovation in our National Freeway Bureau. And then I will invite delegates from Thailand to give us your vision about the smart road. Okay, yeah, let's welcome Mr. Pong. Okay.
Moderator Dr. Zhang, panelists, and all the audience. It's my pleasure to represent the Freeway Bureau of MOTC to talk about our innovation policies and practices executed in this year. In order to manage traffic efficiently, Freeway Bureau has implemented traffic control faculty. There are 4 control centers located in North, Central, and South, and in Pinyin. Through freeway and the expressway central traffic control system, this center can provide traffic relative information throughout the trip from original to destination to road user. The traffic control system was implemented in the beginning of 1980 and has been updated for 3 generations. The 4th generation traffic control system is equipped with data analysis and traffic forecast capability. It can increase operation efficiency and truly realize the split up in the intelligent transportation. Traffic control center manage big data from various sources, including data collected from roadside equipment such as road condition and ETC data, as well as from private cloud such as weather condition. These data are utilized for develop traffic management strategy and can become the resource of traffic information provided to road user for safe trip planning. Moreover, to fulfill road users' needs, Freeway Bureau developed in APP customized location-based service notification for road user to self-subscribe road condition, travel time, and travel information destination, which is widely acclaimed by road users. Besides, the APP allows road user to access police report in one click. This function will expedite the speed of police to avoid the event location and to deal with the event. The afford traffic management strategy and the data information application are built on multi-lane free flow ETC system launched by Freeway Bureau in 2013. Timely and accurately traffic data can be obtained through the ETC system and provide reference for Freeway Bureau traffic management policies. In addition, the ETC system had not only used the toll collection on national freeways, it has been extended to parking area payment to increase the scope of use freeway. Freeway Bureau and the FETC will continue to advance tolling system and relative service and have started to research and development of the next generation toll technology. We look forward to increase ETC system and the traffic control system create new generation of smart highway.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Although I know you have lots of can talk about, but you mentioned the electronic toll collection system. As you know, this system apply PPP approach, public-private partnership, so that the new technology can be comparatively easy to apply with a very short period. So our market concentration rate, increased from 52% to 90% only within 11 months, which is much higher, faster than those applications in Japan and also in other words. And as mentioned by Dr. Wang, our 97% of our greenhouse gas contributed from our highway and car travel. So I believe National Highway Bureau should have further thinking about the green mobility on our National Freeway Bureau. So yesterday I heard that National Freeway Bureau has already started to install the charging system for our national freeway system along the smart corridor concept. I think that would be another good opportunity for implement the green mobility along our National Freeway Bureau, or even further for our smart corridor in Taiwan. Okay, and then I would like to invite Pitaya, and from the Expressway Authority, Thailand, and what's your thinking about the smart road? What the implementation in Thailand has already think about.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. First of all, I would like to introduce about our visions, Expressway Authorities of Thailand visions that we have is innovation for better lives and better life. Yes. When we think about innovation, we separate the phase into our customer before they use our expressway and during they use our expressway, and then after they finish our services. We distinguish in decline of these cars. At the first one, we try to give them information about how traffic on our expressway, because we operate X route in Bangkok and surrounding area is about 225 kilometers. Yeah, and this is the first part. And during they use our expressway, we try to give them which route is a more traffic jam or which route is lighter, and we try to cooperate and make our expressway you can go safety. And then for the others, and then when because our expressway connect with the local roads in the Bangkok, sometimes they have a lot of traffic jam. Even our expressway no traffic, but they can congest in the local road. So this is our thing that we think to serve and make our innovative service for our clients. And for the next recently, we have to think about electric car as well, electric vehicle as well. When they got on our expressway, if they have an accident, it take more time to rescue, because we have some kind of the accident when the car crash and they got a fire. So rescuing team, they have to wait until the battery to burn it out. They have to wait a time. So we have to think about it. The old way that we rescue the car is not that way. So we have to be prepared to change and to handle this accident as well. So we need to reskill our operations staff to handle this one. And for the futures, we have to think about the autonomous car. We have to prepare our digital infrastructure to communicate if this car use our expressway, and we try to set a standard because they have a various one. We don't want to invest this one, but it doesn't work for another. We try to make a common standard for the all autonomous car. This is the way that we think about this one. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, and in the national freeway, same as in Taiwan, I think the emergency management is very important, because that always brings uncertainty to our traveler. So how to, the first time to identify emergency accident, and also, bring Mike just mentioned about trusted, bring confidence to our traveler. That would be a big challenge, but it's very important for the traveler on our national freeway. You also talk about the total solution, not only for the expressway itself, but also have the thinking, the overall corridor, overall road system that need a good collaboration among different agencies. Okay, all right, and Kenny, you are in a quite a unique position, and because you can perceive the Taiwan as well as Thailand in terms of the smart road, expressway, ETC services. So I would ask you, what's your perception in terms of the differences between Thailand and Taiwan for the national freeway operation, and also please share with us your experience that bring the collaboration between two countries in terms of the ETC systems. Thank you.
สวัสดีครับ
Hi, my name is Kenny. Doctor gave me a very difficult question. I want to respond in different ways. So compare the Taiwan highway and Thailand expressway and intercity motorway. They are there is a very big difference, which is that in Taiwan, we have only one operator, which is Freeway Bureau. With strong support and leadership from Freeway Bureau, so that FETC could deploy the whole island, whole nationwide ETC system in just 18 months. So the deployment, the construction could be finished in a very short period of time. And also with National Freeway Bureau's strong support, we do a lot of communication to the public, no matter through the TV or the newspaper or all the channel. We try to communicate to everyone. And the effect is that everyone knows that, okay, the multi-lane free flow is coming to Taiwan in 2014. And the adoption rate could higher to 94%, 93 to 94%. So this kind of penetration, which make this FETC, the ETC system, a public asset. All the city government, or no matter it's Highway Bureau or the city government, they could leverage this public asset to do the traffic or transportation management. In Thailand, that is a little bit different. EZAC is the expressway authority, which manage the whole expressway into the Bangkok city. Intercity motorway, which is the bureau minister to manage the motorway in between big cities. So with these two different organizations, also they have some concessionaire help to operate the motorway or expressway. So in this kind of situation, it's not easy to have a nationwide deployment to force all operators to migrate to multi-lane free flow just in one shot. It's not easy. So no matter the communication, no matter the contract, no matter the deployment and construction, even the vendor selection, solution selection, it's not, they have to face that they have to be fair, to be equal to all the vendor and solution providers. So this is the challenge. Not like in Taiwan, we are the solution provider and service provider that Freeway Bureau already give us the PPP contract, so that we have the right to operate for 18 years. So this is the biggest difference. And if I could still going on, so I want to share that the innovation of the smart roads. Innovation is not for fun. Only the innovation that bring values, so that the adoption, the penetration of this innovation could be growth higher and sustainable. So just like as I mentioned, the ETC system in Taiwan is already a public asset. So a lot of city government or Highway Bureau, they leverage this system, the data that collected from the solution, so that they could do better traffic management. And also, we also deploy, we have some innovation to leverage the ETC system into the waiting motion on highway, so that we could reduce the congestion in the waiting station. We also deploy a lot of parking lot services. Like nowadays in Taiwan, we already supporting 100 and 500 parking lots that using the existing ETC system, so that the drivers could drive in, go into the parking lots, going out the parking lot worry-free. They don't need to stop and get a token. They don't need to worry about, okay, I lost my token. I could pay the parking fee. Where should I pay the parking fee? Where is the payment system or payment machine? They don't need to worry about that. So they could just driving in and driving out with worry-free. So this is another innovation. All this innovation is around the drivers. We want to provide very personalized mobility services so that everyone could enjoy their driving. They don't need to worry about how could I pay for toll, pay for parking, And also the value bringing to the society, to the city government and highway bureau is that it's more green, just like Dr. Wang mentioned. We go green and we go smarter so that we don't need to be congested. So every time using the ETC system, we were saving a lot of energy, we were saving a lot of resources, and we also contribute to the carbon reduction. So this is why this innovation in Taiwan could be a successful story and a reference, so that we are willing to share our experience and know-how in Thailand. So we want to introduce the whole system into Thailand. I wish that we could have more collaboration, and we want to bring the whole Taiwan team to go to Thailand together. So this is my personal thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenny. Your the perception also bring. I have to thank Professor Narupiti that both university set up the platform so that our industry, our ITS society can be working together. I believe ETC as a base, we can bring more added value, by using this technology for the smart city application in various aspects. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nutalaya. Yeah, could you give us your perception, your vision about the smart road in Thailand? Thank you.
โอเคครับขออนุญาต speak Thai.
He would like to give his speech in Thai.
Yes, please.
กรมการขนส่งทางบกนะครับไม่ได้ดูเรื่องถนนโดยตรงนะครับแต่ว่าดูเรื่องการจดทะเบียนรถการทำใบอนุญาตขับรถ
So he said the Department of Land Transport does not just look at the roads directly, but they also look at vehicle tax and the vehicle inspections.
แต่ว่าก็มีการบูรณาการข้อมูลนะครับกับหน่วยงานที่เกี่ยวข้องนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นกรมทางหลวงแล้วก็การทางพิเศษกรมทางหลวงชนบท
But this department, they integrated a lot of data from different agencies such as the highways or the rural roads and other agencies in Thailand.
กรมการขนส่งทางบกเนี่ยจะดูภาพใหญ่กว่าสมาร์ทโรดอีกก็คือจะดูเรื่องความปลอดภัยการเกิดอุบัติเหตุลดการเกิดอุบัติเหตุครับ
So for this, the Department of Land Transport, they have a bigger view, a bigger vision, which is road safety in Thailand.
ประเทศไทยเคยมีสถิติอุบัติเหตุนะครับเป็นอันดับ2ของโลกนะครับแต่ว่าปัจจุบันเนี้ยก็ลดลงมาเป็นอันดับ9ของโลกครับ
So in the past, Thailand used to be number 2 in the highest road accidents in the world, but now they are number 9.
ที่มาของการเกิดอุบัติเหตุส่วนใหญ่เกิดจากรถมอเตอร์ไซค์ซะส่วนใหญ่นะครับมอเตอร์ไซค์จะเยอะ
Most of the accidents in Thailand would be motorcycles.
แต่กรมการขนส่งทางบกเนี่ยมีอำนาจกำกับดูแลรถสาธารณะก็เป็นหลักนะครับจะเป็นรถโดยสารรถบรรทุกวัตถุอันตรายรถแท็กซี่
So for the department, they also manage public vehicles such as buses, trucks.
สิ่งที่จะช่วยลดอุบัติเหตุได้ตอนนี้ก็ที่กรมก็มีการบังคับการติดตั้ง GPS นะครับตั้งแต่ปี2559นะครับจนถึงปี2562เนี่ยเป็นไทม์ไลน์ในการติดตั้งว่าไล่จากรถบรรทุกวัตถุอันตรายแล้วก็รถโดยสารสาธารณะแล้วก็ไปรถบรรทุกติดตั้งทั้งหมด 500,000 คันแล้วก็มารถแท็กซี่ด้วยรวมรถแท็กซี่ด้วย 500,000 คันเนี่ยภายในปี62ครับ
So there is this timeline where they have been implementing GPS in these public vehicles such as the trucks or the taxis or just cars with dangerous materials in it. They just want to make sure they can be able to track them.
เรามีการควบคุมความเร็วรถให้เป็นไปตามกฎหมายนะครับแล้วก็มีการควบคุมเรื่องการใช้ใบอนุญาตขับรถในการขับขี่ให้ตรงประเภทกับรถที่ขับนะครับแล้วก็ดูเรื่องชั่วโมงการทำงานนะครับที่มาของระบบพวกนี้ก็ทำให้การลดอุบัติเหตุของรถโดยสารสาธารณะและรถบรรทุกเนี่ยลดลงไปอย่างมากเลยครับ
So the department would manage the roads, usage, which this includes also managing the traffic during rush hours. So they would make sure they could control the road safety in Thailand.
ครับแล้วก็ต่อมานะครับทางกรมทางหลวงเนี่ยก็มีมัลติเลนฟรีโฟเกิดขึ้นใช่ไหมครับก็ทำให้มีระบบตรวจจับคือที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยประเทศไทยเนี่ยใช้ระบบตรวจจับรถผิดกฎหมายไม่ว่าจะเป็นป้ายทะเบียนผิดกฎหมายหรือว่ารถติดป้ายปลอมหรือว่าขับรถไปเอาป้ายคนอื่นมาติดอะไรพวกนี้นะครับประเทศไทยเนี่ยยังไม่มีระบบในการตรวจจับก็คือต้องอาศัยการตั้งด่านแต่พอมีมัลติเลนฟรีโฟเกิดขึ้นมาที่สาย M9 เนี่ยทำให้สามารถมีระบบตรวจจับคือที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยประชาชนไม่ค่อยเกรงกลัวกฎหมายขับรถค้างชำระภาษีแล้วก็นำรถมาทำป้ายปลอมอะไรวิ่งผิดกฎหมายเยอะพอมีระบบมัลติเลนฟรีโฟขึ้นมาเนี่ยทำให้คนเกรงกลัวขึ้นเยอะ
So in the past, Thailand doesn't have a enforcement system for the roads in Thailand. So once the Department of Highways in Thailand has introduced the MLFF, which is M-Flow in Thailand, it has introduced this enforcement system that Thailand can also use, which can help with detecting cars with fake vehicles or illegal license plates. And then this would make sure that the road users are also implementing road safety.
ก็คู่ขนานกันไปนะครับทางกรมการขนส่งทางบกก็ได้มีการศึกษาเทคโนโลยีที่ทำอย่างไรที่จะมาช่วยพิสูจน์อัตลักษณ์ของรถได้ว่ารถทะเบียนคันนี้จับคู่กับรถประเภทนี้สีนี้
So the Department of Land Transport has also conducted a study in which they would check which type of license plate and which type of cars would be able to match and which one would be the best for the road.
มีการศึกษาเทคโนโลยีจากทั่วโลกนะครับแล้วก็มาสรุปเป็นเทคโนโลยีที่เหมาะสมกับประเทศไทยเพราะว่าประเทศไทยเป็นประเทศที่กำลังพัฒนานะครับไม่สามารถที่จะลงเทคโนโลยีได้หมดนะครับก็หาเทคโนโลยีที่เหมาะสมกับประเทศไทยนะครับก็ออกมาเป็นเทคโนโลยี ALPR แล้วก็ RFID
So because Thailand is a developing country, they might not be able to bring all types of technology into Thailand to test it out. So they conducted this study in order to test out which technology would be best to bring into Thailand, and the results are ALPR and RFID.
ครับแต่ว่าการที่จะสามารถทำให้เกิดสมาร์ทโรดนี้ได้นะครับก็จะต้องเป็นคือมองไปถึงต้องเป็นนโยบายของรัฐบาลครับ
But he believes that in order to implement smart road in Thailand, it would have to be a government policy.
และผลของการศึกษานะครับก็ไปอยู่ในรายงานของที่ดร.นฤมิตนะครับนำเสนอเมื่อสักครู่นี้ก็ไปพูดถึงเรื่องโทแท็กแล้วก็ Big Data ครับ
And as the results, he believes that as mentioned earlier in the slides about the toe tag and the big data,
คือสุดท้ายมันต้องมีการบูรณาการกำหนดมาตรฐานนะครับมาตรฐานแล้วก็บูรณาการการใช้ข้อมูลร่วมกันไม่ว่าจะเป็นกรมการขนส่งทางบกกรมทางหลวงกรมทางหลวงชนบทสำนักงานตำรวจแห่งชาติกทม.หรือว่าหน่วยงานส่วนท้องถิ่นที่มีกล้องมีระบบ RFID ให้เป็นมาตรฐานเดียวกันสามารถใช้ได้ทั่วประเทศครับ
So he thinks it is very important to set a standard for the policy around the whole country, like nationwide, which includes integrating all data collected from each agency, including the Department of Highways, Department of Land Transport, Expressway, or any other city councils for Bangkok or other districts as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give us several projects that are already implemented and also some visions regarding the smart road. Thank you very much. And I was told that we have only a few minutes left. I would like to open the floor and I would like to welcome your comments or suggestion. I wonder if any of our participants having a question or comments regarding smart road. No? We are satisfied? Well, it's not easy to summarize or give conclusion in this session. But from the speech from our two keynote speaker and also the four panelists, at least we can feel that we have a similar vision between Taiwan and Thailand. And also we have very similar applications, for our digital infrastructure. And in facing, I would say, a new innovation, new technology applications, there are several keywords that I would like to share with you. And also I borrow from Dr. Wang that we can use those keywords as part of our conclusion today. The first one is the people or human-centric. This morning, we also talk about human-oriented and then ITS development. I think all those smart technology and related application, we should think about our user. Yeah. The second one, I believe, for the smart road, and we need to think about the role of our government. Okay? Since those digital infrastructure, many will be implemented, proposed, and developed by the government. And so how to enhance the capability of e-governance, I think is very important to develop our digital infrastructure. And third is the vision for net zero 2050, and together with the SDG goal, Sustainable Development Goals from United Nations. It's big challenge for us, not just for the management of current road and expressway, but also for the future development of our national freeway and expressway system. Okay, so with these three keywords, I would like to invite all of us to give the big approach to our two speakers or four panelists to thank them to bring so many informative contents to this session. Please join with us. Give people, yeah. Thank you very much. And this concludes our session. Thank you very much for your participation. We are looking forward to further discussion with all of you. And I would pass the moderator role to Louis Wei, the professor from National Cheng Kung University. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers and panelists for this very wonderful session. And thank you to Professor Zhang for moderating the session for us. Please take your seats downstage. 非常感谢这个场次的所有的讲者以及座谈主持人。Thank you for sharing with us your visions and the implementation strategies in building smart road in both Taiwan and Thailand. And we have heard from both the public sector's point of view and the private sector's point of view. And hopefully there will be more opportunities for more public-private partnership in enabling smart road. 在稍早的场次，我们很荣幸、很高兴有机会可以听到台湾还有泰国的讲者跟大家分享他们在执行这个智慧道路上面的愿景，还有发展的策略。那很高兴的同时有机会听到来自公部门以及私部门的这个见解，那也非常的期待未来有更多有公私协力的机会，能够让未来的道路呢都可以变得更加的智慧。那接下来呢，我们马上要进入的是今天的第二个场次的交流座谈。那在今天的第二个场次的交流座谈当中呢，我们要聚焦探讨的是如何以 ITS 来实现安全运输的解决方案。We will now move on to the second session today. And in the second session, we're going to shift our focus to safe mobility solutions through ITS. 在这个场次呢，我们非常的荣幸邀请到国立成功大学交通管理科学系魏建宏教授来为我们担任第二场的这个综合座谈的主持人。The moderator for our second session today is Professor Louis Wei. at the Department of Transportation and Communication Management Science, National 成功 University。魏建宏教授呢，他曾经担任台南市政府交通局局长、中华邮政董事长，并且也曾经担任中华智慧运输协会的理事20多年。那么魏教授他主持了60多个研究的专案，在学术期刊上面呢发表了80多篇的论文。那魏教授的研究领域也包含了交通安全、堵塞交通网络中的动态交通预测，还有大众运输系统的服务评估，以及人工智慧在交通上面的应用。Professor Wei was the Director General of the Bureau of Transportation at the Metropolitan Tainan City Government. He was also the chairperson of Zhonghua Post and has been a senior board member at ITS Taiwan for over 20 years. Professor Wei has conducted over 60 research projects and published over 80 papers in academic journals. His research interests include traffic safety, dynamic travel information prediction in congested traffic networks, service evaluation of transit systems, and application of AI to transportation. 那我们接下来呢，就把时间交给这个场次的主持人魏建宏教授。I will now hand the floor to the moderator, Professor Wei.
Good afternoon, my dear friends. It's finally that we get together for ITS International Forum. In this session, we will have 4 presentations, both from Canada and also locally from Taiwan. In session 1, first session, we talk about smart road. One of the most important function or purpose of smart road is to provide safe mobility. Am I right? Yeah. I think some people in the world still have doubt about climate change, but I think no one have any question about life, personal life. As the Secretary General of ITS Asia Pacific, Yamamoto, in his keynote speech, he mentioned that nowadays the mobility, the transportation services is a value-creating process, particularly for personal value. I think safety is the first priority, personal value. So in this session, we will see how ITS solutions can provide some good opportunities to save lives. Today, our first speaker is Ms. Sophia Chen. Sophia is currently the Director for Asia Pacific area. She worked for the Invest Ottawa. This is a Canadian public agency. She will show us the national transportation hub currently implement, and she also like to invite capable companies or group to join her. So let's welcome Sophia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wei. It is my pleasure to be here today to join all of you at the ITS Forum in Taiwan. Also, I learned a lot from previous speakers today, and I'm so happy to get the chance to share some stories and also practices in Canada with the peer groups here. As Dr. Wei mentioned, I'm from Canada. I'm from the capital city, which is Ottawa. So our city is located right, for people who don't know our location, so we are right in between Toronto and Montreal, which are the two largest cities on the east coast of North America. And we are also very close to Detroit and Southern Ontario, which is one of the most important automotive industry corridor in North America. So that gave us a lot of good resources for us to build smart transportation centers. To today's topic, that's why I would like to take the chance to talk about what we are doing in Canada for this area. So as I mentioned, why Ottawa became the national transportation hub for smart transportation in Canada. Well, of course, first, we are the capital, but we are not just a political capital city. We are also an innovation capital city in Canada. The most important resources we have is our high-tech talent in our region, which makes it possible for us to bring the resources together and leverage the brain power we have in Canada to make it happen for us to build the smart transportation hub. And what's more important, as I mentioned, our geographic location also is strategically located in between all these bigger cities and also automotive industry corridor around us. We can also leverage all the surrounding areas' resources to make it happen as well. So today, what I'm going to share with you is something called Area X.0. So what is Area X.0? This is a national smart transportation center built and operated by Invest Ottawa, where I'm working with. For people who don't know us, Invest Ottawa is a publicly funded organization by 3 levels of government: the federal government of Canada, the provincial government of Ontario, which is the largest and the most important economic region in Canada, and also by City of Ottawa, the municipal government level. Why we do this? Because it's very important to pool resources from all levels of government to deal with challenging solutions and to deal with very difficult or very complicated problems. In this case, the intelligent transportation system and smart transportation, as we learned from previous speakers and panels, it is not easy. Because, like Professor Dr. Chang mentioned, we need to pool resources from different areas, from transfunctional areas, not just from traditional transportation area, but also from ICT, from other AI, from all the other technology areas, not only from private sector, but we also need to leverage resources from public area. So with this in mind, we created this national smart transportation hub called Area X.0. What's unique in this center is in 3 areas. First, this is a true V2X environment. We are leveraging all the communication technologies we have to build the infrastructure digitally, and also for all the communication infrastructure to make it happen. So this is very important because in today's smart transportation challenges, we do need to leverage all the technical infrastructure to make sure we can provide the platform that's built for future transportation. It's not just for today, but we don't know what is the environment going to look like for future transportation. So we have to go beyond today's level and try to build all these intelligent infrastructures, first of all. And second of all, what's unique in Area X.0 is this is a truly collaborative and open innovation hub. Why this is important? As I mentioned, we have to deal with very complicated problems and challenges. So building this open and truly collaborative environment by leveraging the private resources and also the public resources is very important. It is truly open and innovative also in terms of what kind of companies you invite to this hub. So as I mentioned to Dr. Wei before I came to the stage, he asked me a question. He said, oh, what do you offer to Taiwan companies? So I think that's a great question, because most of the previous speakers, we talked about what we do in each individual country. Most of the time you focus on your local problems, and you focus on your local companies. But this center is not just a Canadian national center. We are not just inviting Canadian companies. We are actually inviting intelligent companies across the globe to join us. Like for example, myself, I travel very often to the Asia Pacific region to build such linkages. And we encourage Taiwan companies to also consider us as the hub to exchange more technical ideas and then to partner with Canadian companies to jointly tackle these problems and find solutions jointly. So this is our second unique feature. And also the last unique feature we have is we also get funding from the federal and provincial government in Canada to provide the resources needed to build the next generation solutions for smart transportation. This is also important because, as I mentioned, we are not just focusing on big companies. We are not just focusing on small private companies, but we are open this to all the companies interested, no matter what is the size of the company and the stage of the company. It's all about what they bring to the table into our ecosystem that can help us to jointly solve the problem. So I hope these three features give you an idea of why we created this center and how are we going to work with everyone globally to deal with challenges and problems we all face in today's stage. So I don't want to talk more. I think the images in today's world of videos speak more. So I want to show you a quick video to show some really exciting moments and the actions. I'm having jet lag right now, so I don't want to make you fall asleep as well. I'm trying to make myself stay awake, but I hope the video will also wake you up. Okay, so I hope you get a flavor of what we are doing, across the globe on the other side of the globe. As I mentioned, you can see from the slide, we really try to bring everybody together into this truly open and collaborative environment to make it happen. So you can see we already have funding partners from the government level, from all three levels of government. And also on the private side, we try to bring in the big players to provide the platform and the infrastructure support. Like Nokia is doing all the next generation networks for us and build all the communication towers for us in this area. We have Microsoft. I noticed you also have Microsoft as a sponsor for today's forum today. So Microsoft is also our founding partner to provide the cloud solutions on digital infrastructure side. But these are the big players. What's important is we have accumulated more than 100 small and medium-sized companies that bring solutions to deal with the challenges we face today, and we make them work together. Because this is really important. If you don't do that and you don't leverage both public-private resources and big and small companies, then the type of solutions we present might not be able to cover all the possibilities. So we really try to increase and enhance to do a bigger platform and open platform. And also we leverage the academic resources as well. I noticed we have a lot of professors today. So that's also very important. You can see we bring on all the universities and colleges we have that offer the brain powers and also the academic research findings to support the company's development in this area as well. As I mentioned, the way how we do it, we also have both a private area for safety testing, which is important for the topic for this panel, but also we have a public area. We are the first city in Canada that actually opened the public road for the connected autonomous vehicle testing as well. But on the private side, we have about 1,800 acres of land allocated by the government just to provide dedicated private safety space for them to test the next generation solutions to address the challenges. And you can see the mapping here. So we have different areas for different purpose. You can see from the video, we have some smart agricultural one. We have drone area. We have also for the railway and the smart intersection. So this area is designed truly to address different scenarios we may face in real transportation system. And actually, when we talk about transportation system, we actually go beyond just land. It's also about air traffic and air transportation as well. That's why we have the drone testing center as well. And we also included the agricultural area, like for some tractors, autonomous tractors and etc. So it's not the typical thinking about just about sharing road and also the typical transportation system we face every day on the public road, but also some special vehicles and special purpose. Just to say, this is the public road. I mentioned this is a public testing area. So we build a truly smart intersection, leveraging all the sensors and also the digital infrastructure. City of Ottawa is the first city in Canada opened up all the traffic signal system to private companies to use. So not every city is doing that. That's why, again, I'm trying to address the importance of public-private partnership in this case. It's very important to open the information and data and the traffic signal system to our private companies. So as you can see, to be able to provide the safe testing environment, we are also building a command center to monitor all the projects in the action, as you see from the video as well. This year, we also got new funding for digital twins. So again, this also expanded our scope, not just for physical testing, but also we can connect with the global companies from across all the different regions in real time. So for example, if Taiwan companies or Thailand companies have some data they already collected from their area, we can actually give them access to our digital twins and testing different areas as well. So my time is almost up. So really, I just want to make sure I highlight some of the projects we do here. As you can see, we have a lot of snowy weather in Canada. Not like Taiwan, you are lucky you don't have a lot of snow here. But snow in this case is a good thing for smart transportation testing, especially for safety purpose, because a lot of sensors don't really work well in cold weather and in snowy weather. So we actually can provide that true all-season weather conditions for companies to fully testing those smart transportation solutions for safety purpose. So that's why it's also very unique in our center. I skipped some of this slide, but I just want to highlight, you can see from the video already some of the projects we did in the past several years. We didn't even stop it during COVID pandemic. So some of the project, for example, this one, you see we are the first city that opened the, the public road for connected autonomous vehicle. The one you see in the video is our mayor. So it's the city of Ottawa's mayor himself sitting in the car just to show how supportive they are for the, connected autonomous vehicle. And also Transportation Canada is our biggest partner in this case to provide that, collaboration resources. But also, as I mentioned, safety is important for the government, for transportation, smart transportation system. That's why Transport Canada gave us a lot of challenges, for Eric Soto to deal with. So one of these is the, real road testing for the, small shuttle bus for the public transportation, autonomous and connected shuttle bus. And we did it during COVID. So what they did is the government actually allowed them to use the campus, to use the government campus here, and then they gave them access to, to test the vehicle. And I quickly go through the other projects. So we also have the smart intersections, again, to protect vulnerable road users, and safe, smart railroad crossings. I noticed Taiwan, you have a lot of railroad, railways as well. But when we talk about sharing roads, sometimes we only address regular vehicles. But what's important is what are we going to do with some of the railway crossing with the public roads? And in terms of connected and autonomous vehicle, this is actually a very important area to address as well. So again, I guess my time is up. I don't really want to take more time to summarize. I really invite everyone from the forum here and Taiwan companies and other Asian companies to come to visit us and explore more and keep exchanging best practices. And again, thank you, Dr. Wei, for the moderator, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to share the experiences and the best practices with everyone. Thank you very much.
Stay up for a moment. In order for four presenters can speak without overdue, I would like to, after each speech, maybe take one question, and at the end of four presentations, we might have overall discussion. So, is there anyone would like to take this opportunity to ask one question for Sophia? No, but I would like to. Sophia, to talk a little more about rail crossing safety you have considered. Because so far we talk about roadway system, but railroad crossing safety is also a very serious issue in Taiwan. So I would like to hear your,
sure.
Your experience.
Maybe I take 1 or 2 minutes to talk about the railway crossing. It's actually, a tragedy several years ago in Ottawa. We had an accident for a bus, at the railroad crossings. Why? Because when they did the road planning in old days, in city of Ottawa, we have 67 railroad crossings. But many of those have very vague signals sometimes, or especially in winter, snowy weather or icy weather, and it's very confusing sometimes for vehicles. But now if we add another layer to this when we talk about testing for connected autonomous vehicles, this is even more challenging because people often only talk about the regular road surface. And then what if they have to deal with other, like railway and plus, like automotive vehicles, the regular ones? Then we have to really address those scenarios from different perspectives. So that's why I had a slide here, and I don't know if we are going to share the slide with everybody after the forum, but this is why we created that challenging testing project in partnership with Transport Canada and City of Ottawa, because it's for, it's very important, to address those specific situations. And we have to, install all the sensors to address the special features of those railroad, crossings. And the scenario is quite different from the regular highway or regular road. That's why we designed the project to do this. I hope I clarified a little bit more about why we do this and how we do this.
Yes. Thank
Okay,
you very much.
thank you very much.
Now I'm going to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Tim Chen. He is currently the president of the TMS technology company. After seeing his slide today, I realized that Tim did conduct several good projects recently. Particularly in this presentation today, he will show how his team use smart and innovative technology to detect and reduce the potential risk on the roadway system so as to provide a good base for safe mobility. Let's welcome Tim.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim from Taiwan TMS. And I think it's very strange because I talk to English presentation to all audience from Taiwan. Yes. Okay, yes. And today I will show our presentation about AI sensing, how to use the AI sensing technology to smart road. About TMS, TMS is a company and we are professional in ITS solution. And we have three groups. And one group is for the government project. The second one is for the software agent. And the third one is for the data business. So for the data business, and in Taiwan, we collect the data and we cooperation with the chemical company in the global. So I think for the section one, a lot of the speaker and they give us a very good talk about how to make the road more smart. But for the driver, this is the real case in Taipei. Yes. So this, the first picture is in Wanhua. So you can see if you are a driver and you drive in the road section, you need to take 10 maybe you need to take 1 minute to collect all the traffic sign. The other one is also in the Taipei. Yes, this is in this road section, there has the 6 traffic light. So you can understand which one you must focus on. So this is a big problem. The other problem is that I think for Taiwan, because Taiwan and also be the southeast of Asia, we have the Taiwan area. Yeah. So after heavy raining, and we will have a pavement condition problem. Okay, so like the pothole, we need to understand and to recover. So for the smart road, we need to understand they have the 3 items. The first one is for the road asset. The second one is for the pavement condition. The third one we need to understand for the road risk. So how we do that? And the other one information. I think if you want to buy a new car, you will be very good when we know about the Euro NCAP. Euro NCAP is the index for the car safety. So after you want to buy a new car, you will be choose the 5-star for the NCAP. Yeah. So in the NCAP, they already have a new index about the safety. And in the past, for the index about for the passenger and the road user. But in the 2021, they add about the safety aspect. So if your car have like the AEB, like the avoiding crash, it will be get a good ranking about the 5-star. So you can see the safety assistance is about 20% of the way. How to get the 20% of the way? You must to have followed this kind of the items. The first item is the basic item, is for the speed limit. The second item is the you can provide a dynamic speed limit. So, but from this year, just from this year, they also added some new critical test protocol. Like if your car, you can provide a low feature, it will be more good safety for driver. The other one is if your car can get more real-time traffic information, it will be better to get the ranking. Some kind like you can see in the item 4 for the road condition, it will be have some information good for them. And if you can update the information quarterly or daily, it will be better. So for our chemical company, they also talk to us how we can get the data in Taiwan. So we do the POC project for with the Taipei City and the Tainan City. And this project, we cooperation with the EasTone Mobileye. And we use AI technology to collect the data. And this POC also got the Taipei Smart City Innovation Award this year. So how to collect the data and update the data every day? So you can find out, maybe you can use the taxi or use the bus. In this case, we cooperation with the bus company. So we set up the ADAS in the bus and use the AI technology and use the camera process to identify all the road asset automation. So like the light pole, traffic light, traffic sign, and the landmark, and also being the pedestrian and the bicycle. We also can identify and collect the data through our cloud, and also collect the data into our GIS platform. How we can do that? And this is our team. And TMS is hosting this project, and we cooperation with the Mobileye and the Intel. So in this case, and we cooperation with the Taipei City and the Tainan City, we build out the equipment in 60 bus. And some of the equipment is for the detection and to set up in the behind of the bus. And some of the equipment we set up in the two sides of the bus because for the blind area detection. This is a real case, and we can see in our camera, and we have the edge computing. So when he's driving on the road, and he can automatically to collect the data very quickly, and also identify the every type and the location, and send to our cloud. So in Taiwan, we already can have the 8 type of the road marking, and we can collect, and also have we can collect about 60 type of the road asset. And we also cooperation with the III to identify the local traffic sign. So in Taiwan, to cover all of the traffic sign, we also can identify. Okay, and for the payment condition, and we also have some real case. So, sorry. Thank you. So you can see the image. So you can detect, just use image, and the same camera, you can detect the permanent condition. So we collect the data, not only for the data to build up on the GIS layer, we also use some of the data analysis to combine the data from the ADAS. Sometimes the driver have the hashing braking, and you can know some of the area, a lot of the bus always braking in this area. Maybe some of the road design have some problem. So you can, in this map, you can use some of the information to analyze the road risk. And the other way is bike mobility. In this map, you can see in the yellow area is the when our car can see the bicycle. The white line is our bike lane. So if for urban planning and you need to increase the bike lane, which area will be better for the bicycle? And it will be very clear. The other one is for the pedestrian mobility, because in some of the area, and you can see some of the pedestrian and happen in here. So in the future, for the autonomous vehicle, and when they driving into the lane, it will be slowed down. It will be slowed down. Okay, so we also built out a road asset platform. Yeah. They have school question. How many traffic lights in the Naiyuan? Anyone? Huh? 95. Okay. Number 3. Anyone? Number 2. Anyone? Oh, the correct data is number 4. Okay. This is real case. Not only for the traffic light, and some of the traffic lights for the passenger. Okay. So in the Naiyuan, you can see the. And the other one is the other question. This is our POC project area. It's about 120 kilometers. How many traffic lights in this area? Number what? Number 4. Yeah, you excellent. Yes, number 4. Yes. So you just in our POC, they have more than 10,000 of the traffic light. So you must understand in Taipei, just in one city, a lot of the traffic light in one city. We also collect the data and build out a GIS platform, and you can easy to search the area and to identify what kind of the location, and we also combine the Google Street View, and you can easy to understand where it's location. Okay, and for the pole hole, it will be very strange because in our project we detect in Taipei City we detect the 63, and we also provide the data to the road work department. They feedback us, they have the 30 pole hole. It's very dangerous, so they need to recover immediately. So they also say this information is very good for them to know the road payment condition. So this is the number of the Taipei city. This is the number of the Tainan city. Yeah, and our data flow, and we collect the data from AI, and also build out the GIS platform, and we also provide the API for everyone. Okay. In summary, yes, I think for the smart road, and we need to have some digital asset is very important. So I think for the digital, the road asset is the first step for the smart road. The second one is how to use the AI and the image processing and crowdsourcing to collect the data. I think it's very cost-efficient way to collect the data. The third one is in the future, I think how to use the data analysis to make the road more safety and to identify the low risk. I think is very important and also be the key event. Thank you.
Yeah, roadway asset management can also be a very critical issue for safe mobility, not just driver behavior. Any comments or questions for Tim? No? my question for you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Are you going to apply for the program Sophia just mentioned?
Yes, yes.
Say yes, and
Yes,
then you
yes,
can, and you can take a break.
talk to her, yeah, later. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can take a rest. Thank you. Yeah, it's very exciting. We see a good POC project. And now we move to academic work. But the academic work is not an easy one. Professor Guy Huang has led a team for a couple of years. His team applied the drone and image process to help identify the safety issues in some hotspot and find potential risk so that the prevention or some implementation countermeasures can be developed and designed to save lives. So let's welcome Professor Wang, please.
Thank you, Professor White, and thank you, ITS Taiwan, for having me here to give this speech. I'm going to talk about how to use drone and the AI or computer vision to solve the traffic safety problems, which fits well to the theme today as the safe mobility solution for ITS. Actually, the service is already, as Professor White mentioned, it is a project sponsored by the Institute of Transportation, and now it is in the 6th year. And indeed, I come to promote this project because we have already commercialized this service for the local, the practitioners and the consultancy. They can use this work. It has already built a platform for that. Before I think this is a very specific, unique, and very important the tools for the practitioners. Before I make the speech, I have to apologize to if there's any international or foreigners who cannot read Chinese here, because I'm not aware of the speech should be made in English, so I made in Chinese. So I have the same feeling as Tim. I have the speech in English in front of the Taiwanese. But anyway, I try to make it in the speech in English. Indeed, I'm kind of handicapped in typing Chinese. I spent some time to convert the slide from English to Chinese. So anyway, okay, so first of all, I have to acknowledge, thank the ITS Taiwan to giving us this ITS award in 2021. This is the same project. And as you can see here, there's 9 offers, 9 offers here. And actually, we received 9 of these pieces of award, one for each of the offers. And why we have 9 offers? It's quite weird for a paper award. This is because it's a very multidisciplinary project. We have team members specialized in drones. We have team members specialized to AI and video recognition. And we have, like E3 is responsible for the drones and software development. Professors from the Chongyuan University for the AI stuff, and myself from the Yangming Jiaotong responsible for the traffic analysis. And this project is, as I mentioned, sponsored by the IoT, Institute of Transportation, and the C-Link company is to coordinate all the work. Multidisciplinary work is very important, but it's also challenging. And indeed, we'll come to very difficult times and how to work together. Anyway, we worked it out. So as we know that traffic accidents is already a big problem in Taiwan. we have seen the news from the CNN saying that Taiwan is a pedestrian help, and we already raised this issue to the national security level. Indeed, the government is doing a lot of work for that. Like we have this one, I don't know how to translate in the English, 义肇事路口改善计划. It's a black spot improvement project. And last year is already, this year is already 40 years. I mean, they do it every year 40 times. So indeed, there are many, indeed, what we've been saying is that there are some, the old approach probably have some blind spot that cannot be solved. So that's why we have tried to invent this particular tools for that. When we talk to the petitioner, I think the higher level officers make very good policies. But when the true implementation, it has come to the petitioner. I mean the people working in the front line, like consultancy, like a petitioner, like the 地方承办人员, okay, they work out the policy giving out from the higher level. We have the key problem that the petitioner always have the problem. They do not have efficient tools to collect data. For example, I am from Hong Kong actually, and a few days ago I talked to my colleagues also from Hong Kong. We have we feel that when we apply for something, we may have a very different result when we meet different person in charge. I'm not sure if you have this experience. So we come up to the conclusion is that I think the government officer, they are very difficult to get this job, but they are very weak with the CPD, continuing professional development. I mean, after they get the job, indeed they didn't learn much for something new, unless they change their roles. And from time to time, even though we work in this project, we work for the same government. Every year, we meet this different person in charge. And you know that the knowledge transfer between the person in charge, I think is very weak. So that's why we try to solve this problem, because indeed, if we change the person in charge, they have different thinking, they have different perceptions, they have different decisions. So, for example, nowadays we have the traffic problem. The citizen, they think the road design is not good enough, but the government think it is the citizen who violates the law, the rule. They do not follow the rules. So I think that they both are correct or incorrect because it depends on the case. It depends on the intersection. It's case by case. So what we are going to do is we use some technologies to make it clear. So because of the new technologies like drones and computer vision, what we're going to do is develop a tools to help the petitioners to clarify what is the real problem, so they can make better countermeasures. I make it quick. The traditional approach is to solve traffic problem is to use we so-called traffic crash data. We analyze the data. We analyze data to find out the black spots, try to find out the reasons based on the previous accident data, and make some possible countermeasures, do the site inspection before we apply that. That is reactive. What we need to react to the past data. But there's new approach we call the proactive approach. Proactive approach like the traffic conflict, or some academic, they will call it safety surrogate, SSM. Or if what we want to say is if a system have a lot of near miss or conflicts or violations, that means there's possibly has a higher chance of getting traffic accidents or traffic fatalities. That is the whole concept of that. So what is traffic conflict? By definition, if the two vehicles come very close together in space and time, and if one of them did not make the evasive action to avoid the other one, they make a crash. So as you can see from this video, indeed we have a lot of this kind of UAV videos. You see that there's a red vehicle and the one in the yellow box and the red box nearly make a crash. Indeed, this approach is not very new. It is invented like decades ago. But in the past, this approach has been done by observers sitting beside the road as an observer, or some people you use micro simulation or CCTV plus computer vision. But what we find out that those have some limitations because they have the angles, or if there's by observer, one of the problem is that if the result is reliable enough for the people to inspect this particular traffic conflict. So the idea of that, two things, one is the UAV, one is the AI video recognition. So this is under the law of the FFA or the law with Taiwan, amongst all the country, is that the drones should not fly above 120 meters or 400 feet, except unless you make another applications. So based on this rule, we can see this screen like that. We can see a hole in a big, how to say, the screen with the very clear side of the intersection for about 150 meters long. And it can avoid like occlusion problem with CCTV and avoid some car, the truck blocks, the motorcycle, etc. One particularly interesting about using drones to detect traffic is that I mean a lot of applications using CV to detect vehicles, like the CNN approach, the convolution neural network, or the YOLO, you only look once, YOLO. This is already very popular, and the people can download the software to do another analysis. But one of the challenging things is that indeed one of the problem of YOLO in solving traffic problem is that it failed to make clear about the boundary of the vehicle. So we call it the bounding boxes. The bounding boxes, if it cannot fit the vehicle, that means it cannot accurately measure the distance between the vehicles. So we have invented one approach, we call it oriented YOLO, which is updating the original YOLO framework by incorporating some YOLO, the oriented the sense. I mean, what we need to do is we keep track the boundary of the vehicle instead of just pointing out where is the vehicle. And challenging of this issue is that in Taiwan there's a lot of motorcycle, and the original YOLO actually, if there's just use the original YOLO to detect motorcycle, I think the accuracy is about 50 to 60%. So we have to retrain the whole model to do that. So with these two introductions, I think everything makes it clear is that once we can check the vehicles with accuracy of up to more than 90%, there's a lot of analysis we can do. We can do traffic conflict analysis. We can do some trajectory analysis. We can do traffic behavior analysis. We can do lots of work we can do. Indeed, we have collected like more than 40 intersections up to now. And the data is now open data by IoT. So if someone academic or company want to interest to use this data, we are very happy to share the data with you. So I know we have really limited time. So I just randomly picked two cases for your exam for the demonstration. This is an intersection from Zhubei, and we use some technique to remove the cars in this picture. But from this picture, this is a hot spot or a black spot of traffic accidents. But can you notice what is the problem with this accident, with this location? Probably not, because it's a still image. But if we look at the traffic, I mean the data running on this map, on this picture, we can do a lot of analysis. This is the collision map, which is traditionally used for traffic analysis. Collision map shows that there were a lot of traffic accidents here and traffic accident here. But in this, it's not very easy to inspect what is true reasons behind. So we do the analysis with the data collection approach we mentioned. We can see that there's a lot of traffic contact points here. And we want to analyze why is the traffic contact points. It is because of the bad design of the road or because of the traffic violation of the cars or motorcycles or pedestrians. So we do further analysis by drawing the trajectories passing through this area. Okay, so as you can see this from this video, we make the small clip from this overall video, and we can see that indeed the conflict points is because of this area. I think is not very well designed. As you can see, indeed, motorcycle is never able to follow the rules without doing violation to go from here to there or from here to there, etc., etc. So without this approach, actually, it's very difficult to convince the government officers that the problem is that and it can be updated. Another case is one occasion in Keelung. And indeed, we find this problem is because of the traffic flow. So you can see this one. There's a bus and the car turning right. You can see there's a very close to near crash. So what I want to say is that from a collision diagram, it's not easy to find the true reason, but we can use this type of video to convince. Before we show them the video, they don't believe in this reason, but we show the video to believe in that. So I feel this is the last page. Is that I think it's very long, but what I want to say is that we try to make this commercialized service. If anyone would like to learn more about this service, just let me know. I will be very happy to give some introduction for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Huang. Any questions for this presentation? No. Since you have been awarded and you have commercialized the product, I have no question for you. But I would like to hear your customer feedback in the near future. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Professor Huang. Now we come to the fourth presentation. The presentation will be made by Professor Hong from Fengsha University. Today he's going to talk about the safety issues of bus companies and trucking companies. How to make the mobility provider to be safer is also a good approach to improve, to enhance the safe mobility. And the safety management system for this transportation company is a project conducted by Fengsha University. I'm also part of the team member about 2 years ago. Today, I'm happy to see how this SMS project can be connected with ITS. So let's welcome Professor Hong, please.
Hello, everyone. I think the last speaker always receive lots of pressure because most of our audience prefer to enjoy the dinner instead of my presentation. Okay, so I will try to make it short as possible. Okay, today we talk about the safety management system here. The systems here is not like the software or hardware. The system here is like some kind of a concept. So here there are some accidents from the large vehicle because there are some, we all know the large vehicle always have some serious injuries like some deaths. Okay, so we try to make them, could we try to make them safer? from the interior safety concept. So before that, we try to talk about the Heinrich's law. Like the Professor Wang's presentation, we know the serious injury not is a probability. It's come from some minor injuries. Also, the minor injuries comes from some near miss, because the unsafe behavior will try to lead into the near miss and then get more serious injuries. So if we try to make it safer, so we have to try to solve the unsafe behavior first. So here, let's talk about some human errors, because the traffic accident always come from the, not always, often come from the human errors. But the human errors here have two kind of human errors. The first one, like unintentional behavior, like maybe the drivers argue with his wife or her boyfriend yesterday, and the driver distracted, and then maybe he got into the accident with some pedestrian or other vehicles. Yes, it's okay. It's not. We could try to provide some software or hardware to make it safer, like the previous speech. But there is another one. It's more serious, like the unsafe act. Like, okay, there is a gap there. If I try to make a left turn, okay, I have to evaluate the gap is enough for me to pass. But sometimes you may try to make the gaps smaller because you try to pass the intersection quickly. So if you lower the risk, if you make the risk lower, you will get more dangerous here. So if we try to make the driver to do the safer behavior here, so we have to ask them to create the safety cultures in the company. Not only in the safer device or safer vehicles, we have to build the safer safety cultures in the company. So that's the most important for the safety management systems. Here is a sad news in 2016. It's a Karuizawa bus accident there. The accident, there are about 15 deaths there and 26 injuries. And most of them are young people. And usually, in the past, we always try to say, okay, that's a bad driver, or maybe the driver do something unsafe, or maybe the driver is not qualified. But in this accident, the prosecutor tried to ask the responsibility to the operators, the company operators, and the manager. Why? Because the driver has the right license, but the driver in his career, he always drive small bus there. But the bus company, the owner said, please drive the big bus in this area. The driver said, sorry, I don't have experience for the big bus. I don't want to drive. But the owner said, no, you have to drive. But so the accident comes. And then finally, the prosecutor said, okay, the owner and the managers have to pay some responsibility here. So that's the reasons the safety management system here is very important here, because we have to build the safety management in the company to ask the owners and the managers to pay their responsibility for the safety. Not only the drivers. We cannot ask the drivers to pay the owner responsibility. So the FAA proposed the 4 SMS components here. He said, okay, if you want to build the SMS, you have to do 3 major components, including the safety policy. You have the safety policy because the different companies have different clients, and their business are different. So you have to build your own safety policies, and also you have to create some safety assurance. And the last one is the safety risk management. Because if you want to make the driver safer, you have to ask them to lower your risk. Make your risk lower. Don't do something dangerous. Try to make it safer and slower. So the three components here, and if you make these 3, you will promote your cultures in your company. So that's finally the characteristics of MS here are 6 points. One is the continued evolution, because you have to make your driving skill or make your driving policies more safety, and you have to enhance your vehicle, and you have to enhance your some strategy for the safety. And the other one is the safety culture. You have to build your own safety culture in your company. And the third one is a top-down policy. Because, like I said, the owners have the biggest right to the company, in the company. So the top one, the owners have the right thinking about the safety. And the fourth one is the risk management. Yeah, again, you have to make the risk lower. Yeah, and then you have to division of the responsibility, because you cannot ask the driver to pay all responsibility, because the owners, the managers, and the others employee in the company, they have the rule for the they have some responsibility for the safety. And the final one is the supervision and the considering, because there's a big problem here. For the road commercial business carrier, they are not all the big size. Some companies are very small, even one vehicle. So if a very small company, how could they do the safety management systems? They have no money, they have no other resources. So how do they? They have to get some help from others. So that's a 6 point for the SMS. Okay, how we do that? The first, maybe you can buy some ADAS or ADMAS to enhance your safety of your vehicles. Okay, it's a normal one. And the next, like the others, recently the EU asked all new vehicles to equip the intelligent speed assistance, because they said if you could lower your speed, you will make it safer. Yeah. So, but like I said before, the company size, the carrier size are different. And here we could see the different bus carriers and tourist bus carriers. Most of them are small size, under 10 vehicles. lot size make them have no enough resource to build the safety culture, to build the safety management systems here. So how could we help them to do that? We try to propose architecture of the SMS because we have to cooperate with the government and some universities and some consultants to help them to build the SMS, not only the big company, for example, in Taiwan, like the Tonglian or Guoguang, or they are big company, so they have enough resource, they have money to do that. But for the small one, like maybe the bus company in South area or East area, maybe they don't have money to do that. Or some company have only 1 or 5 vehicles, they don't have money. So we have to help them, not ask them, because they really don't have the resources. So we have to ask the government to help them. Also, the government have to announce some academic organization to training some safety management professionals here. And the most important is the red box in the middle, like the safety management professional. They are the most important rule in the bus company or the commercial carriers. They could help the drivers to make sure their plan are correct. So they need some professional about the role or the driving skills to help them to make sure they have the right behavior there. And the final one is the most important one. We have to ask some consultants or some universities to help them if they don't have enough knowledge about the transportation safety. Because if you want to ask the carriers to decide to make their safety policy, they know how to drive, but they don't know how to make policy. They don't know how to make the right policy. So you may ask the consultant or universities or other professionals to help them to make the right policy and the right countermeasures to enhance their safeties over and over. So not only the organizations and the architectures, we also propose a platform for the old SMS. Not only one company. It means these systems could provide for the government to do this, including the data connections and the simplified procedures and the disclosure information. And we try to make them have functions, major functions here. So let's skip that because I think most of you are hungry. And if we could make the platforms here and we could have some major functions here. Sorry, I don't mention the detailed function here because it's too many. But so I show you the major function, including the workers and the safety performance index and the table management like that. And we try to use these functions to achieve the 6 characteristics of the safety management systems. Finally, we try to do these 3 components to achieve the safety cultures because we try to help the bus company to build the safety cultures by especially their safety concept, and we hope they could promote the cultures by themselves in their company. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Hong. Any questions? Actually, quite a few research opportunity or business opportunities about the safety management system for commercial vehicle companies. I think the public agencies, authorities have a lot of work to do to improve the operation safety of these transportation companies to make our roadway system safer. And this is my feedback and my suggestions to every one of you. Any comments or feedback? No? Okay, let's thank you, Professor Hong. Thank you. So closing will be by our host. But before I step down, I would like to invite you along with me for a big applause for our speakers for this section. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the speakers for the session, and thank you to Professor Wei for moderating the session for us. We have heard so many exciting projects from this session, both from the academia and also from the industry. And hopefully through ITS Forum like this as a platform of exchange of information, there will be more opportunities for collaboration between the academia and the industry to realize smart solutions, smart mobility solutions in particular. 我们非常感谢这个场次所有的讲者，也谢谢魏教授为我们主持这个场次。那我们在这个场次听到非常多来自学界还有业界很令人期待的正在进行的研究专案，那也很希望透过我们今天的论坛，能够促成更多学研界还有业界的彼此交流合作，来共同实现智慧交通的未来的解决方案还有愿景。各位贵宾，我们今年的2023智慧交通国际论坛就到这边告一个段落，非常感谢所有贵宾的参与，也祝大家平安顺心，谢谢大家。So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's forum, and we want to thank you very much for your participation. We wish you all the best and see you next year. Goodbye.